Testing.
Who's next? You know?
Her. Oh, well, Melba is before her, I guess.
Oh, it's cool. Let me get this off and share. So we also do work with the Sacred Memory Project. PTR does.
Yeah, I know. And I think you've worked with, well, I heard you speak somewhere. And I think you mentioned Teresa Delgado. Was it not Teresa Delgado? You mentioned some Latina scholar.
I don't know. Teresa Delgado?
Yes.
You said?
Sorry.
No. You're fine.
Ooh, that sounded very loud.
I mentioned her work, yes.
Yeah, you mentioned her work.
Yes. So in the other class that I teach, Practical Theologies for Social Change.
Fall when I'm sitting or anything like that. When I'm seated at the down here or up here.
The mic shouldn't do anything. I'm a little concerned with it. Actually, I'll tell you what, if you don't mind.
Should I practice?
Well, what I was going to say is let me turn the belt pack into your pants instead of out, if that's okay.
Okay.
Am I making sense?
Yeah. Yes. So I get it.
Unless you want to.
I think I'm trying it myself. That way?
Yeah, there you go.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and that'll prevent it from.
It'll help.
Okay.
It'll help. Doesn't mean it won't.
Should I practice sitting?
To move this over just a bit.
Okay. Check. 1, 2, 3. Looks great. Thank you.
Yeah. Next, and I think I had it. you okay with me?
I am.
Okay. There she goes. I'm going to actually.
Test 1, 2. Thank you very much. I'm appreciative.
I've got it on one of her buttonholes, down a little lower.
Good morning. My name is Corey Walker. I'm Dean of the Wake Forest University School of Divinity and the Wake Forest Professor of the Humanities. And I want to thank you for joining us for the 2026 Bryan Prophetic Preaching Series. The Bryan Prophetic Preaching Series was established in honor and memory of George McLeod Bryan, Sr., class of 1941, by George and Carol Williamson, longtime supporters of Wake Forest University and early advocates for the School of Divinity. Bryan was professor of religion and taught at the university for 37 years after joining the faculty in 1956. He introduced courses on feminism, religion and science, medical ethics, and Black and liberation theology. He fought tirelessly for civil rights, pursued social reform, and was instrumental in helping to integrate Wake Forest College in the 1960s. Bryan wrote several books on social justice, including These Few Also Paid a Price and Voices in the Wilderness. The 2026 Bryan program takes up the theme, Prophetic Preaching in a Fractured World. But we must be clear, the fractures of our world are not incidental. They are structured by histories of gendered, sexualized, and racialized inequality, by vicious forms of nationalism and xenophobia, by the devastations of economic exploitation and indigenous dispossession, by the erosion of democratic institutions, and by the planetary crisis that threatens the very conditions of life itself. These are not discrete issues. They are interlocking expressions of a deeper disorder, a disfiguring of our common life and our theological imagination. So let's begin by saying that we are living through a very dangerous time. Everyone in this room is in one way or another aware of that. We are in a revolutionary situation, no matter how unpopular that word has become in our country. So any citizen of this country who figures himself responsible, and particularly those members of the community of the faithful, must be prepared to go for broke. Or to put it another way, you must understand that in the attempt to correct so many generations of bad faith and cruelty, when it is operating not only in the academy and the church, but in society, you will meet the most fantastic, the most brutal, and the most determined resistance. These words from James Baldwin's A Talk to Teachers, with an appropriate modification for our context and sphere of concern, is a most appropriate place to begin to engage our shared work. Baldwin is a barometer for society in general and American democracy in particular. His bracing words and declarations are apt instruments to measure the deep pressures at work in the social, cultural, and political fabric of the nation. He does not flinch at the task to speak truth to power, and as Amilcar Cabral would offer a few years later after Baldwin's speech, to tell no lies and claim no easy victories. Baldwin sets the agenda for those who take up the audacious task of preaching in our times. In this moment of profound crisis, when the very foundations of democracy tremble beneath the weight of inequality, injustice, war, and environmental degradation, we are summoned anew to this sacred task. This is not the comfortable word of convenience, but the disruptive and redemptive word that became flesh, that calls us to bear witness to what is and what ought to be. We live in an era when democratic institutions are eroded by authoritarian impulses, when truth is subjugated to power, and when the sacredness of every human life is violated by systems of racialized capitalism, mass incarceration, xenophobia, and global warfare. Too often, the community of the faithful have been seduced by the politics of empire and comfort and has lost its prophetic voice. Instead of being a sanctuary for the poor, the broken, and the oppressed, it too frequently becomes a chaplain to the status quo. The prophetic tradition, stretching from the cries of Amos to the liberating ministry of Jesus, demands that we let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. To proclaim the gospel today is to speak truth to power, to challenge the normalization of violence, and to insist that the divine image in every human being must be honored and protected. It is precisely here that prophetic preaching emerges, not as an ornament to religious life, not as mere rhetorical performance, but as a form of bold and faithful witness in dark times. But this is not a simple task, for as Renita Weems reminds us, it is easier to be a preacher than a prophet. Prophetic preaching at its best refuses the easy comforts of nostalgia and the false assurances of inevitability. It does not sanctify the status quo, nor does it retreat into abstraction. Rather, it names the world as it is, fractured, unequal, endangered, while daring to proclaim the world as it ought to be. This is the tradition we inherit here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity. But let us be clear, the challenge before us is not simply that the world is fractured, it is that our fractures have become theological. We inhabit an age in which political conflicts are imbued with ultimate meanings, where policy disagreements are cast as moral absolutes, and where religious language is often deployed not to deepen understanding, but to harden divisions. Ours is, in many ways, an age of what might be called the theological organization of political hatreds. In such a moment, the task of prophetic preaching is neither to inflame nor to evade these tensions. It is to interrupt their very logics, to unsettle their foundations, to disrupt the frameworks that render our divisions inevitable, and to reorient us toward a more expansive vision of human being and belonging. This is why prophetic preaching requires more than rhetorical skill, linguistic dexterity, and polysyllabic prowess. It demands theological depth, interpretive dexterity, ethical responsibility and accountability, and epistemological hospitality. It must cultivate, in the words of the late Katie Cannon, a hermeneutic of survival, a way of reading the world from the underside, where the stakes of injustice are most acutely felt, and then begin to weave new worlds that expand and open up new possibilities. It calls for what we might name an untimely theological thinking, a form of theological reflection that resists the pressures of immediacy and utility in order to ask more fundamental questions. What is the meaning of justice? What does it mean to be free? What does it mean to live faithfully in a world where the very conditions of life, ecological, political, social, are under constant threat? And in so doing, it offers not only critique, but construction. Visions of community, of solidarity, of belonging, of what democracy might yet become when grounded in an ethic of care, accountability, and shared responsibility. But prophetic preaching does not stand alone. It is not a singular figure behind a podium or in a pulpit. It is formed within communities, capable of discerning truth, resisting injustice, sustained by traditions and memory, animated by imagination, and oriented toward just futures. Prophetic preaching is not simply about proclamation. As the Epistle to the Hebrews reminds us, faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Prophetic preaching lives in that tension between what is and what can be. Walter Raushenbush captured that tension with clarity. The kingdom of God is always but coming. It is never fully here, never fully realized, yet always demanding our participation. To preach prophetically, then, is to stand in that holy tension between what is and what can be, and to summon communities to live as if the coming reign of justice is already at work among us, to stand at the edge of history and possibility, and to declare that the fractures of our world are not ultimate. It is to believe, against the evidence of despair, that new forms of life are still possible. It is for us to risk, as James Baldwin urged, going for broke, to confront the accumulated weight of injustice with a faith that is not naive, but disciplined, not passive, but courageous. For to preach in this moment is not to repeat inherited formulas, but to engage in what might be called a new way of thinking and engaging the world. And I am convinced that now is the time for us to embody, to experience, and to live out this new way of living and thinking. This is our hour, and we must awaken to our prophetic vocation, not merely to survive, but to bear witness, and not merely to endure, but to transform, and to speak and live as if the kingdom of God is always but coming. Our morning program will be chaired by Professor Melva Sampson. Professor Sampson is a nationally recognized teacher, scholar, preacher, and leader in the fields of preaching, practicing theology, and digital ministry. Professor Sampson is an ordained minister, practicing theologian, digital curator, whose work sits at the intersections of preaching, performance, and prophetic imagination. She is the founder of the Pink Robe Chronicles, an innovative digital hush harbor launched in 2016 that reclaims sacred space for Black women's stories, grief, joy, and resistance. Through this groundbreaking ministry, she has cultivated an intergenerational community of thousands who gather weekly in digital and embodied spaces to engage liturgy, ritual, and sacred memory outside the confines of traditional church walls. As assistant teaching professor of preaching and practical theology at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, Professor Sampson teaches and mentors the next generation of faith leaders, emphasizing contextual preaching, insurgent proclamation, and Afro-centered womanist perspectives. Her intellectual interests include digital Black religion, insurgent homiletics, Black radical imagination, sacred memory, and Afrofuturist theologies of liberation. Her book, The Pink Robe Chronicles, Womanist Wisdom for Healing, Liberation, and Love, will be released by Broadview Press in August of this year, and her current book project, Digital Insurgent Homiletics, is under contract with Fortress Press. Professor Sampson is also the co-founder of the One Love Festival in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, a community-rooted celebration of art, innovation, and collective flourishing. In October of 2025, Professor Sampson received the Ella P. Mitchell Pioneer in Ministry Award from Women Preach Incorporated. The award honors leaders whose work is recognized as pioneering a legacy of justice, access, empowerment, and wholeness for women in preaching and women in nonprofit organizations. In February of this year, Professor Sampson delivered the 2026 Presbyterian Lectures at Columbia Theological Seminary. Across her work, Professor Sampson weaves together scholarship, ministry, digital storytelling, and community organizing to create spaces where the spirit meets the streets and where ancestral intelligence and abundant imagination are nurtured for a fractured world. Please join me in welcoming Professor Melva Sampson.
Good morning to both our audience that is here and to those that are sharing with us in the virtual space on YouTube. There are moments in the life of the church and in the life of the world when preaching must refuse to behave, when it must step outside the pulpit, beyond the page, and into the trembling, breathing, embodied realities of people whose lives are already sermons, already texts, already sites of divine utterance. This is one of those moments. In a fractured world where bodies are surveilled, constrained, commodified, and too often rendered disposable, prophetic preaching cannot remain confined to what is said. It must concern itself with how the world lives, how the world moves. Not simply the Word made flesh as if incarnation were a one-time event, but the flesh that performs the Word again and again through the bodies that bear the weight of history and still dare to speak. It is precisely here in this sacred and contested terrain that our guests meet us. Reverend Dr. Liz Valle-Ruiz is a homiletician who refuses narrow definitions of preaching. As Associate Professor of Homiletics and Worship and Director of Community Worship Life at McCormick Theological Seminary, she invites us to expand our imagination of proclamation beyond the pulpit and into the fullness of embodied expression. Her groundbreaking work, as one among many affirming a multitude of embodied preaching practices, names what many have long known but have not always been given language to articulate: that preaching happens in the streets, in symbolic action, in theater, in the very gestures and movements of bodies, navigating a world that does not always recognize their sacredness. Her scholarship draws deeply from performance theory, trauma theory, decolonial, and queer studies, fields that help us attend to the ways bodies carry memory, resistance, rupture, and possibility. She asks us to consider how preaching emerges not only from what is proclaimed, but from who is proclaiming, and how their embodied realities shape the meaning, reception, and transformative potential of the word. Reverend Valle-Ruiz's work on Latina clergy, her engagement with post-colonial liturgical preaching, and her co-edited volume Unmasking White Preaching all push us to confront the ways racialized and colonized frameworks have shaped what we have come to accept as normative preaching. And yet, she does not stop at critique. She gestures towards possibility, toward a repertoire of preaching practices that honors multiplicity, creativity, and the sacred knowledge carried in marginalized bodies. And this is where her work resonates so deeply with the moment we are in, and with the work many of us are committed to. Because when we talk about prophetic preaching in a fractured world, we are talking about preaching that emerges from bodies living at the intersections of interlocking oppressions. Bodies that know what it means to be rendered invisible and yet insist on being seen. Bodies that have been silenced and yet continue to testify. Bodies that remember, resist, and reimagine. She understands that these bodies are not obstacles to proclamation, they are its very ground. They are not interruptions to the word. They are the medium through which the word is made manifest in this time. An ordained minister in the Presbyterian Church USA, a scholar shaped by Vanderbilt, Princeton, Louisville, and the University of Puerto Rico, and an artist whose formation includes theater, law, and liturgical leadership, she brings a depth and range of experiences that refuses easy categorization. Her presence among us today is a gift, an invitation to stretch, to reconsider, and to reimagine what prophetic preaching can be when we take embodiment seriously. So, as we listen to this moment, this gathering, this series, this sacred inquiry into prophetic preaching, I invite you to listen not only with your ears, but with your whole body, to consider where the word has already been speaking through your own flesh, and to be open to the possibility that what you are about to encounter may expand not only your understanding of preaching, but your sense of what it means to be a vessel of the word in a fractured world. Please join me in welcoming Reverend Dr. Liz Valle Ruiz.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I am delighted to be here for the first time in this part of the world and the United States and this campus. Using ritual and performance studies, this presentation argues that theological activism is prophetic preaching for a fractured world, effectuating the prophet's alternative vision here and now by disrupting existing hegemonies and expectations. Theological activism allows prophet preachers not only to expose their ideas, but to enact them and effectuate their purposes. After I finish this introduction, I will share a perception of this fractured world from my social location as a Puerto Rican playful skull activist who prefers queer, decolonial, and other liberationist lenses. Then I will share the concept of theological activism, its characteristics, and some examples to finish with an invitation for you to go forth and do the same. We live in a fractured world. These fractures affect us differently according to our embodiment, social location, and lived experiences. The historical junction that we are living in and sharing includes common news headlines. Here are some that are front and center for me. People held by immigration and customs enforcement regardless of immigration status. Recording No Kings protests. Demonstrators in Maryland and Washington are protesting the expansion of ICE detention facilities. In Hagerstown, protesters placed chalk outlines representing deaths in federal custody ahead of a court hearing on a proposed center. Mexican national dies in detention. His death marks the 47th in ICE custody under the current administration. The United States has joined Israel in an all-out war on the Islamic Republic of Iran. Americans are directly blaming Donald Trump for soaring gas costs following the Iran conflict and his administration's policies. Post on US President Donald Trump's Truth social account depicts an AI-generated image of himself, apparently as Jesus, or maybe a doctor, posted on April 12, 2026. The uproar over Trump's lengthy social media attack on the first American Pope as too liberal and too weak on crime, together with the AI image, have crystallized a shift in opinion among many Catholic conservatives since the war began. An ICE officer fatally shot a 37-year-old woman, Renee Nicole Goodman, in Minneapolis on Wednesday, January 7, 2026. On January 3, 2026, US military forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, in Caracas. They were transported to New York to face charges of narco-terrorism, drug trafficking, and weapon offenses, in the Southern District of New York. Maduro pleaded not guilty, claiming he is a kidnapped president. And I thought, in what world are we living that one country can kidnap the president of another? And then I remember, oh, right, we have done this before. A federal immigration enforcement agent praised Reverend David Black of the First Presbyterian Church of Chicago as he and other protesters demonstrate outside of the ICE facility in Broadview, Friday, September 19, 2025. Clergy say religious rights are under attack inside and outside Broadview ICE facility. Chicago area religious leaders have been hit with tear gas and pepper balls outside the building. They also say immigrants are being denied pastoral care inside the facility. Chicago alderperson was arrested by federal immigration agents last week inside a hospital in the city's Humboldt Park neighborhood. You see, it doesn't matter your immigration status. You can even be an elected person and still be arrested by ICE. Former Venezuelan detainees speak out about abuse in El Salvador's mega prison. The Iran war, the remilitarization of Puerto Rico, the gentrification of the Puerto Rican neighborhood in Chicago, the gentrification of whole Puerto Rico, a Puerto Rico without Puerto Ricans as the dream of the Puerto Rican government. Where our Puerto Ricans are supposed to go. It's not just news headlines, it's a reality in the city where I live. A reality that adds to the already fractured minds of oppressed communities who have survived historical and intergenerational trauma, persistent and pervasive group, institutional adverse experiences, adverse childhood experiences, adverse adult experiences, simply by being members of marginalized groups, being actively persecuted. The current reality of our fractured world is more compound trauma. What can theological activism contribute to a fractured world? This proposal is particularly helpful for audiences that are not listening. Theological activism emerges from the overlaps of art, justice, and theology. Between art and justice, we find artivism. Between art and theology, we find theopoetics. Between theology and justice, we find prophetic preaching. Theological activism combines theopoetics and artivism to generate a particular expression of prophetic preaching. As a method of interpretation, theopoetics seeks to articulate the spiritual meaning that comes to us in, by, and through a symbolic experience. It affirms the transcendent significance of inspired texts or religious objects, and attempts to recognize that which God manifests to us in our encounter with the sacred symbol. As a form of religious thinking, theopoetics asserts the primacy of invention and imaginative construction. It is particularly appropriate for considering the experience of ritual and worship. Activists use performance to intervene in political contexts, struggles, and debates. Performance, for some, because you can also use other forms of art, is the continuation of politics by other means. Activists actively summon the tools of performance to fight for political and economic change. The work of the prophet is to be able to project before the people an alternative future to the one the king wants to project as the only thinkable one. The formula of prophetic preaching is to denounce and proclaim. Given that we are drawing from theopoetics and artivism, the formula then is expanded to become disrupt and enact. Art, whether it is a performance or an artifact, makes the difference between proposing and doing, between denouncing and disrupting, between denouncing and disrupting what is being denounced, between proclaiming good news and enacting that good news. Here's another way to describe the formula. It is by posing two questions. The first question is, what breaks God's heart? That is what we need to disrupt. The second question is, what does an alternative future full of divine justice looks like, feels like to the touch, sounds like, smells like, tastes like? That is what we need to enact. In sum, the combination of theopoetics, artivism, and prophetic preaching is theological artivism, and it has these characteristics. It articulates spiritual meaning through sacred symbols. It uses art to intervene in political contexts to fight for change. In other words, it's political and public theology. It disrupts the future the king wants as the only thinkable one. It projects and enacts an alternative future of divine justice. I will proceed to share some examples. Most of them are incomplete, meaning that they don't show all four of these characteristics. The first example is Seth Todd from Portland, facing eyes in a frog costume. This is artivism, but it lacks an explicit theological claim. It is important to note that he didn't have the intention of necessarily doing even a political claim. He just wanted to bring a smile to the people, as he said himself. But the benefit of this kind of performance is that it can easily go viral and be adapted. When it went viral, it created community, like a community of frogs. But it also created community of diversity. When we see people in different kinds of costumes, it showed a community of diversity. And then it also was adapted to create interesting taglines like dog eyes. Another example of theological artivism is when Bree Newsom took down the Confederate flag. This was theological artivism because she chose a symbolic location, just as Seth Todd did. So the location is important. And the flag was symbolizing the racism that she wanted to take down. And it also had a theological claim. She was reciting scriptures as she was going up the pole, but her words did not make it to the news. Nonetheless, this was theological artivism, even if the theological claim was silenced by the media. If you remember, this was also, at least the image went viral as well. A third example is the Stations of the Cross. I want you to notice, we're going to watch this reel now, and I want you to notice the photographs under the text in the reel. Thank you. As you can see, the location was important too. They were at Palm Beach County Courthouse. They were showing what makes God cry today by making a connection between the Stations of the Cross and what is going on in the world today. And they were tying Jesus to the bodies of people marginalized today, the body of Jesus and the body of people marginalized today. So they were making a theological claim. They were denouncing and they were proclaiming, because they were making a theological claim, but they were not enacting an alternative future of divine justice. They were not saying, what is the alternative to that? They just stayed in the denouncing. And they were making a theological claim that was very valid and necessary, because lament is a very important part of healing for communities that are oppressed. The final example that I want to share with you, the fourth example, it's not the final, there are so many other examples, but final for this presentation, it goes to words. It's a prayer for reparation and restoration. This one has all the elements except for enactment until we perform it. So we bring it to completion when we pray it. So we are going to pray it now to bring it to completion, to perform it. Let's pray. To the one who demands justice, inspire us to become Rodfei Tzedek, pursuers of justice in our lives and in our communities. Give us the strength to resist power wielded with fear and dread. Fill us with the vision and purpose to build a power yet greater, a power rooted in solidarity, liberation, and love. Grant us the courage to dismantle systems of oppression, and when they are no more, let us dedicate our wealth and resources toward the well-being of all. May we abolish all forms of state violence, that we might make way for a world free of racism and militarization, a world where no one profits off the misery of others, a world where the bills owed those who have been colonized, enslaved, and dispossessed are finally paid in full. Inspire us with the knowledge that real justice is indeed at hand, that we may realize the world we know is possible right here, right now, in our own day. May our thoughts and our hopes, our words and our deeds guide us toward a future of reparation, of restoration, of justice. I'll call Yoshvei Tevel, for all who dwell on earth. Amen. And now it's your turn. I will give you this to bridge to your normal life after this event is over. To generate a work of artivism, select your preferred system of communication. That may be song, visual art, performance, poetry, doodling, playing with blocks, with Play-Doh, even words. So select that preferred system of communication to design, produce, and publicly share a work of artivism. I have a student to share it in a t-shirt once. Proclaim the good news of divine liberation through the articulation of theological arguments, through artivism, connecting them to the issues that affect a specific community, to heal, challenge, transform, and care for the community, ideally a community that you belong to. In your work of artivism, you may include relevance to an issue affecting the community that will witness the work of artivism. It must be based on analysis. You analyze the issues that afflict a specific community and that require the intervention. Association of the identified issue with a theological concept. Denunciation of the evil in the world, that is what breaks God's heart. The proposal for an alternative order in the world, that is the justice that God wants in the world. And an interpretation of a sacred text. Ideally, it must be based on careful and thoughtful exegesis or hermeneutic using scholarly accepted methods of biblical interpretation. I invite you to give it a try, because now it's your turn to disrupt what breaks God's heart and to enact the alternative future full of divine justice, however it looks like, feels like, sounds like, smells like, and tastes like. Go forth and do theoartivism. So help us God.
Can we please give another rousing round of applause? Thank you so much for challenging us. I have so many points of entry, so little time, but I am so excited to be in this conversation with you, and I know already that this will be something, a lasting conversation, relationship between the both of us. So I have so many notes, but I want to start. One theme that is raised for me, both in your presentation here and in at least the chapter you have here, shameless plug, in the text Theopoetics in color, that I'm going to theme around epistemological privilege. We were talking in our practical theologies for social transformation class on yesterday about practicing theologies and who gets to say that they know or whose knowing is valued. And so I raised the example in my own context how there were older women that in my social location and tradition, we identify them as church mothers, and that they would sit at the front of the church and in their bodies they would rock, right? And in this rocking would produce then a sound, an audible sound, no words to it, just a moan and a hum. But it was after that rock, after that moan, after that hum, that there is a familiar refrain for some in these traditions, and it was, I know that I know that I know that I know, or translated as, you can't make me, this is how we say it in my tradition, you can't make me doubt him, I know too much about him. I'm framing this question in this way because what your work is inviting us to not only deconstruct, but construct our own sources of knowing. So if you would talk a little bit about, maybe a little bit about your own journey to getting to this place with identifying your body as an epistemological site, and not just an epistemological site, but in your body is the first space and place where you engage in theological artivism.
Yes.
That's a lot, I know.
Yes. Yes, but you're right on, because the ways of the academy are that theology, and then there's a space there that they don't fill in, which right now we know it means white, right? Mm-hmm. White theology comes first, and then it goes to the practices, right? Mm-hmm. And we were talking how when you and I were doing our studies, there was no like the theology that would give the justification for our practice. Mm-hmm. So we couldn't write about what we wanted to write because there was no theology, abstract theology to justify it. But in my brain, I was like, says who? Because you can do it backwards. And, and I didn't know back then that that's called epistemology. Mm-hmm. It's like, my body knows. And you can generate theology out of the embodied practice. That's the way I knew things were. But of course, in academia, it's like, you just got here, you are nobody to tell me that. But your questions about my journey and my body, as my body knew, because my grandmother knew. So you are telling me about these church mothers, and you immediately took me to my grandmother. And she was the first one who taught me how to teach. She was the first one who taught me about experiential education, because she would take us to the beach to talk to the fishermen so we would understand the apostles and the disciples and their trade, right? And then the other thing is, my parents would play roles in the church plays that my pastor wrote for preaching. He wrote plays for preaching. He didn't write them only for Easter and Christmas, as I was told by white colleagues when I got to the States. And I say white colleagues because I mean, we had this conversation in which like, why are you doing theater for preaching? And I went like, are you saying that you don't? And then I started doing research, and I found out that this is not only common in my tradition, in Puerto Rico it's a common thing, but I also found out that it's common in African American churches. And also in white evangelical churches. But it is not common in white mainstream. And so when I started explaining, they would say, oh, like Christmas pageants. And for me, it's like, no, not like Christmas pageants. Because we are not reenacting a Bible story necessarily. My pastor was preaching. He is a historian, and he is a playwright, and he was bringing his whole self to the craft of preaching. And he was preaching something. He was not just reenacting Bible stories. So it's different. And I was in the womb when my mom was playing in both of them. I have pictures, and my mom would go, that's you in the belly, in my belly. So I was in the play since the womb. So I was meant to do this. And I was called to do this through a dream when I was about 9. I had a dream that I felt it was God calling me to spread the gospel through dramatic arts, and that's how it started. And it's a long story that I'm going to stop there. But yes, epistemology.
I'm thinking of, I'm so appreciative of the visuals that you provided for us, and I'm also thinking about Sister Akokomo. Ask for apologies if I have pronounced her name wrong. She was the sister who climbed up to the Statue of Liberty this had to be maybe around 2018. It was around the same time that Bree Newsom climbed the flagpole. I'm also thinking about a woman that I encountered via social media who, in protest of George Floyd's murder, interrupted traffic and sat herself on the street. And so you're making me think of the ways that bodies have always been engaging in this sort of activism, even not beginning with, but certainly when you provided the images of the Station of the Cross and with Jesus. And so I want to continue to center bodies, but I want to read this part in this text because I think it's going to help where I want us to go. In your essay called Fleshly Theopoetics, Performance as Resistance in the Theological Academy, you write this: the Academy lives into phallogocentric systems of thought. It has been privileging rational thought, words, and rational logic, as well as male ways of thinking and being, ever since Plato founded his school of philosophy in the 4th century BCE. His students were men, Athenian property owners, Greek-speaking, and idle, as opposed to engaged in work like enslaved people. Their social location allowed them to be academics. Freed from manual labor, they applied themselves to metaphysical thought, abstract as an end itself. In addition to this freedom, they learned from their teacher Plato about the allegory of the cave, which to this day in the social imaginary of Western culture privileges pure abstract ideas as true knowledge and disregards material things as deceptive appearances. You go on, I just need to read this last sentence to really click into what I want to ask. An example of how this ideology permeates the academy today is how the theological work that mostly Europeans and Euro-Americans produce, lacking connection to experience, materiality, or bodies of flesh and bone, is called theology. But the theological work that mostly BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color persons produce, which is connected to their embodied experience and material conditions of their social locations, is called contextual theology. Breath right there. Right, a real breath. I'm raising this because this is not just the academy, because the church influenced by the West, is also logo-centered, also oppressed by fallow logo-centered ways of being. And so if you talk a little bit about what it means, I mean, we talked about centering knowledge and, you know, how bodies know, but also what it means, or why it's prophetic to identify a particular kind of preaching body. What is so prophetic about that? And how does that kind of prophetic performance mend the fracture?
Say that.
How does the prophetic performance of a marginalized body mend this fractured world?
Oh, yes. Yes. First of all, I want to say, yes, you're right on with the examples you gave. I think one of the things I didn't say, and what you're pointing out, is that it comes out of the marginalized bodies. And I think it's part of what we do to metabolize the trauma by restoring. Is a way of healing from the trauma by introducing something different to the narrative, by reframing the narrative. And we do it. It's us doing it. Nobody else is telling us. That's how it's mending. It's like we see the fracture and we're going to thrive in it and from it, right? And it's in that's how it's prophetic. It's in this, like, I see the fracture, so I denounce it, and I'm going to thrive in it by showing you how it can be different. The other thing I didn't mention there is that comes from womanist thought, is that when I do that, it's not only for my own well-being. It's not individualist or individualistic. It's communal.
Right.
I am
the survival
showing
of the
you
entire community.
It's for the whole community.
Yes.
So I'm showing you how the world can be. That's what it's mending. So I go back to that formula of denounce and proclaim if you're staying with the words, disrupt and enact if you're going to art and projecting that alternative world. That's what it's mending. Yeah. And I think it's mending too because it's coming out of the bodies of those who are oppressed, that are fractured, and they are metabolizing the evil into something positive, right? And using their plasticity, neuroplasticity to insert something positive into to reframe the traumatic story.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm listening and I'm thinking it is also prophetic, you know, bringing in more womanist thought, not only for the survival of the entire community, but what it means, and even in your presentation, for us to see these bodies, and what you've been doing is naming, right? So that it is prophetic for us to be able to name and self-define and determine who we are, right?
Yeah,
not just who, exactly, right? So phenomenal.
Yeah. Also, you mentioned Jesus, and another example is you mentioned the Stations of the Cross, but also when Jesus entered the city of Jerusalem, that fits all the characteristics. And when Jesus turned the tables, that fits all the characteristics. And also, it's prophetic because God called the prophets to do it. If you look at the Hebrew Bible, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Isaiah, they were called to use symbolic action as the mode of preaching in very specific ways to prophesize the changing, the turning of the world, and changing from empire to liberation.
Yeah, I mean, well, now, listen, I don't know if this is eco-womanism, what I'm about to say, or creation studies, but when you talk about Jesus entering Jerusalem, it makes, and using these symbolic acts as preaching, so then I'm thinking about the colt that Jesus rides in on, right? And how not only are we restoring bodies, but we are also restoring sort of this order that we've been socialized to believe, to engage in a hierarchical order between creation, right? So what does it mean to understand preaching or symbolically as from the position of the cult that is holding, right, this fractured world, that is holding all of this, right? To say that not only my body has a voice, but other forms of creation have voices is also a way for us to engage in the prophetic. Very profound, very profound, very profound.
For sure.
I want to ask now, because we can converse all day.
Yes.
I want to turn to, we're going to take a break in a minute at about 11:30. We're going to break for a few minutes and come back. But before we do that, I want to invite a question or two from our colleagues in the audience, or if there's someone who is monitoring our YouTube page, if there's a question that has come on our page. Are there any questions, comments? I'm sure that someone from my course has a question or a comment. Kelly, April, nay. April does. Okay. Do we have a microphone? Just a second, April.
Thank you. I just have a comment. I appreciate what you said as far as the contextual theology within this artwork is a way of healing. And it made me think about us overcoming by the words of our testimony, and that through this artistry, we are giving a testimony. So it is healing. That's just what came to me. So I really appreciate your work and how you are explaining this, and it's making me think about how I can use this as well in the ministry that God has called me to, as far as helping women heal from domestic violence and sexual assault. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Joshua behind you has a question or comment. Oh, he's working the mic. Okay.
I'd like to express gratitude. I've been an artist all my life, and within artistry, I've struggled with racism, sexism, homophobia, which led me to move into more of a gender and women's studies place, which made me an activist ultimately. But I've been trying to figure out, how do these two things come together? And it's divine to be here hearing you speak and to give me language for what I feel like I'm walking into. I shared a short film that I made recently for Dr. Sampson's Sacred Memory course, and it was an opportunity for me to try to figure out how to artistically articulate like the things that I'm feeling and what's coming up for me and what feels like a call. And you've given me language in this theo-artivism to be able to connect with other scholars that are in alignment with the direction I feel like God is calling me to go in. So I just wanted to say thank you for your work and for giving me some confirmation and affirmation about what I feel like Divinity School is pushing me to do.
You go, prophet.
Here comes the microphone. Just a second. Rick.
Thank you for being here today. I'm in Dr. Sampson's Practical Theologies for Social Change class, and yesterday we spoke about fugitive theologies.
We did.
Would artivism be considered fugitive theology?
Yes, so I'm going to say yes, but I'm going to say what I meant, and I'm going to let my colleague respond. We are using fugitive in the way that Professor Jarvis uses fugitive pedagogy, this is not simply a running away from, but this is a stealing away into space where one could be named in a kind of reclamation and or a restoring. So I would say that yes, theological artivism is absolutely a fugitive practicing theological method by which we engage in this prophetic work. And did you coin theological artivism? Is this your term? So I'm asking because this is also important, right? How you are hearing terms and who's naming terms and how they are coining and using them, these particular terms is also a form of prophetic being, right? Because of which bodies get to determine or get to contribute into the academy, a term to be used for the broader academy. Thank you.
Dr. Louise, thank you for being with us. You've honored us with your presence.
Can you speak up, Dr.
Yeah,
Gunderson? Thank you.
It's not Joshua's fault. He gave me the microphone. I want to sort of flip the process. So we're mostly theology people in this space today, thinking about art and your model of prophetic art. I'm thinking about all of the tens of thousands of artists who in this traumatic moment of social, political, cultural meltdown are finding themselves drawn way beyond art into the presence of ultimate issues, ultimate things, ultimate trauma. And so talk a little bit about, I'm sure as you move around the world, you end up engaging lots of artists and sort of helping them find that theological language, maybe a totally new language, but ultimate language helps them be better artists. I have a playwright daughter, so I happen to know this is happening.
Did you understand the question?
So, colleague, can you clarify your question? We don't quite understand. Part of it is also the acoustics in here, so we're
I'm
not
sorry.
hearing you well. What might be helpful, if you don't mind and if you have capacity and are able, if you can come right here to this step with the mic so we can hear you. Thank you.
I'm a Baptist. I like to go to the altar. So,
Come.
so I'll speak more personally. So I have a daughter who's a playwright, and she writes lots and lots of stuff. But she is finding in this moment more and more need for ultimate language, not just social, cultural stuff, but actually the ultimate language that moves into theological kind of vocabulary.
What is ultimate language?
I'm trying to avoid white theology
Oh,
words.
you gotta say that, friend. This
Yeah.
is prophetic for a fractured world. Be prophetic, say that.
Well, but it's this feels like lots of code language, and I want to have your language used, not language that I might be comfortable with. But I'm sure as you move in the arts community, you're pulling people towards theological community and theological dialogue. So
Yeah.
I'm observing as much as asking a question, but I'm curious whether that's actually happening.
As an educator, my students are in theological school, right? So first of all, people get a little bit of put when they hear this and they think I'm teaching this. If they don't self-identify as artists, they think this is not for them. But that's not what it is. I start by saying, like, humans are creators. So, and that's why when I put the slide of this is your bridge for when you're after here, select your best mode of communication. So I'm not in the business of creating artists. I meet people where they are as an educator, I affirm them, and I want them to become better them. I don't want them to become better me. So I don't think I have tried to move artists into theological language unless they want to, because for me, that is traumatic. I would be traumatizing somebody if I'm into the colonial studies, and religion has been imposed on people for millennia, and that's not right. So consent is important. If they ask me to do that, I will gladly do that. The other thing is I resist language. I have an issue and a beef with language. So this is why artivism is for me a better space, because it's about symbol. Theopoetics is about symbol. I affirm language, and that's why I ended with a prayer, because I want to affirm those for whom language is the art that they practice, even if that language is prose. And that is trauma for me, right? Because I have been forced to write in a certain way that it was totally foreign for me, right? So I've been looking for symbols, and I've been looking for nonverbal communication. If somebody wants to learn from me how to move into theological language and into symbols, I would gladly do that, starting where they are. And I will ask a bunch of questions to see where they are. But this is the beauty of, like, in these times, art therapy, right? This is similar to art therapy. What I was telling Melba about what is mending is that when we do it for ourselves, we are doing art therapy for ourselves.
That's right.
That's what we are doing. It's like this fractured world is fracturing me, and I cannot deal with this right now, so I'm going to imagine something better, something that is life-giving. That is not this. And I'm going to express that in the best way that I know. And if that is a play, writing a play, yes. If that is filming, yes. If that is Play-Doh, yes. If that is doodling, yes. If that is humming and rocking, yes. If that is performing art, physical art, avant-garde, which are the kinds of art that I do with my body, no words, yes. So you're gonna love the one that is upcoming.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
It's like,
I am so...
It's a furious chameleon that is dancing. So no words needed. I don't know if that answers your questions, but I'm not trying to make artists better artists unless they ask me to, but that's typically not, that's not my first way of approaching this. My way of approaching is like, what is the gift that God gave you? Use that.
And I also hear you saying, bringing your other work again, but that you, by doing this, you're refusing this binary.
Yes.
You're refusing to have folks choose from which part of their body or to make primary or to function from, right? We have a question from someone online that says, from T. Cherie Dickerson, 13, two-part, are there any suggestions on how to amplify the work of fellow activists without appropriating their work or intellectual frameworks? That's one part. And then Dr. Valle Ruiz from the same person, do you advise artivists to have legal counsel or consultancy prior to participating in public artivism actions?
Oof. Yes, so, by the way, there's a lady here.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna start with the latter. One of the things I realized when we were, when I taught the course on artivism the first time, is that I needed to add a section on safety, and that includes having a lawyer on retainer, because you can get arrested. And also, another thing about the safety is that many, like Bree Newsom, just like Rosa Parks, they didn't do this out of they had a community.
And a plan.
And a plan. The idea was thought out by a whole community.
Yes.
And the whole community thought a plan, a safety plan. Like Bree Newsom, you didn't see in the icons that came out, but there was a white man embracing the pole down. And why? Because actually the police came and they wanted to put electricity to the pole, and they didn't because they were not going to electrocute a white man. You know, but if that white man was not embracing that pole, she probably would have been dead by now. So, or at least greatly injured. So yes, these are things that are important, and talking to a lawyer is important. And there are pro bono services I'm sure we can find when it comes to activism. So find siblings who are in the struggle who can give those kind of legal services. And then the first question was about appropriation. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, that is tricky because once you go public, I think you can give us more about that because you went really public really early. I struggle with that myself, with how to go public and protect my content. But the frameworks themselves are ancient. Like I was saying, like the prophets, the Hebrew Bible prophets have been doing this. So the big picture frameworks are public domain, if you would. But consulting a copyright lawyer ahead of time is one thing that comes to mind. I did that, and they told me a few pointers. I know that sending some stuff to yourself and keep it sealed, that gives you some evidence of when you created the work of the work. The other way is copyrighted before you share it publicly. So that's another way. And then to know that there's some things that are copyrightable and there are some things that are not. So again, consulting a lawyer, especially like a copyright or entertainment lawyer, is a good way to go.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
we're out
you.
of time? Yeah.
Do you have a question? Or, you are the last question.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you again for your time. My name is Satara Jacobs. I am a student here. I am also a archivist and by way of photography, a photojournalist. And I have done a lot of work globally and nationally here. My most recent was here in Winston-Salem. I had an exhibit at Milton Rhodes. It was Collective Liberation, Palestinian Resilience, and Parallels to the Black American Experience. My question is, I would love for you to speak on the universal language of art and how it is able to oftentimes kind of transcend time and space and even differences amongst people. So I would love to know your thoughts on how art could also be a tool for those barriers and can kind of outlast the artists that are producing it in these areas.
How art can outlast?
How art is like universal and transcends like time. A lot of times when we look at things like photography or even artifacts, it often transcends the time of the artist that made it.
Yeah.
And how that is also important in artistry.
Yeah. Well, you said it. What you said, that's exactly right. I also fail in overestimating that power because I also found that art is very cultural. And so the universality of the art, I was overestimating. Then I found out like, oh no, actually some people are not understanding because we don't share some cultural cues. But yes, if we produce certain artifacts, then the artifacts themselves go beyond our life. And the main theories that I use in performance studies, Diana Taylor.
Yes.
She talks about how art is, especially performing arts, are ephemeral, and she's not on that school of thought. She's like, no, actually, performance is not ephemeral. The knowledge, it transfers knowledge from body to body, and that remains. So, in a sense, it's eternal. So that even the performing art, which is, so she talks about the archive and the repertoire.
Yeah.
So the repertoire is that knowledge that is transferred from body to body. So that remains, even if it's not recorded. It's transferred from body to body. This is what's happening right now in this in this room, that we are transferring knowledge from body to body, beyond what we are talking.
And
It's
whether or
just-
not, right, and whether or not you identify as an artist,
Right.
continuing with Diana Taylor in the archive and the repertoire, that the repertoire is, we're performing now how we've shown up, the art, the items we chose to adorn ourselves with, right, that move, that communicate something, right? Thank
Yes.
you so very
That's why
much.
our pictures show.
Exactly.
We're sisters.
Listen, I'm so excited, and when we go to a break, which we're getting ready to go to, I just want to give this to at least before we break. Throughout the day, I want to come back to this theopoetics, but also the theological artivism, and articulating the spiritual meaning that comes to us in symbolic freeing. The other part that I keeps coming to me is at some point we have to talk about death. And the way as I'm listening to you, I keep thinking and hearing the words of Mamie Till, the mother of Emmett Till, who was 14 years old and who was brutally bludgeoned and murdered and drowned in the Tallahatchie River in Mississippi for something that he was alleged to have done, but has later been revealed he did not do. And his body was so badly bruised and wounded, and that the funeral caretakers wanted to close the casket, and his mother said, no, keep the casket open and let the world see what they've done to my child. Along the lines, I think of Fannie Lou Hamer when she gave her testimony at the Mississippi as a part of the delegation for the Mississippi Democratic delegation that was trying to be seated at the Democratic National Committee. And even though she was using voice, but what it meant for her body as symbolic action to be in this place, and also for it to be televised, right? So, I mean, what you are providing for us, and again, this prophetic witness. So the first, with being in this casket, that this is, without saying a word, preaching a sermon, right, that is indicting this world, as well as Fannie Lou Hamer's body as a black woman who is a sharecropper in a segregated South, who is now positioning her knowledge, not asking for permission, right, but saying that my body is a site of knowledge and I am going to share this knowledge in this way. You have given us so many jewels to think about, and I want to thank you for being here with us, and I look forward to our conversation later on and just the conversation that you and I will have. At this time, we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back at 11:45, where we will be in conversation with Reverend Dr. Carolyn Browning Helsel. But please join me in giving a round of applause to Dr. Liz Valle-Ruiz. Please join us back here. I'm going to say at like 11:42, because we're starting at 11:45. So much.
And telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly.
A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future.
Friends, if you would come back, that we might begin our second conversation. Welcoming back our participants on YouTube. There is a particular kind of courage required to preach in a fractured world. A courage that does not hide behind abstraction, that does not seek refuge in vague spiritual language, but that dares to name what is real. A courage that tells the truth about racism, about power, about the ways faith has been both a balm and a blade. And perhaps most difficult of all, a courage that calls people, not out there, but in the room, into transformation. That kind of preaching is not easy work. It is costly work. It is the work of those who understand that the gospel cannot be proclaimed faithfully if it refuses to confront the conditions that fracture human dignity. It is that kind of courage, that kind of commitment that brings us to yet another phenomenal moment into this introduction. It is indeed my great honor to introduce not only a respected scholar and teacher, but someone I consider a friend and a comrade in this work, Reverend Dr. Carolyn Browning Helsel. Dr. Helsel serves as Associate Professor in the Blair, Monie Distinguished Chair in Homiletics and as Director of the Faithful Preaching Project at Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. Her work sits at the urgent intersection of preaching, race, and the formation communities willing to tell the truth about both. Her books, Preaching About Racism, A Guide for Faith Leaders, and Anxious to Talk About It, Helping White Christians Talk Faithfully About Racism, have become essential resources for clergy and congregations navigating the often fraught terrain of racial discourse in the church. Named Book of the Year by the Academy of Parish Clergy, these texts do more than offer strategies. They name the emotional, theological, and communal dynamics that surface when we dare speak honestly about race. What I appreciate deeply about Dr. Helsel's work is that she does not romanticize this process. She understands that conversations about racism are often marked by resistance, fear, fragility, and fatigue. And yet, she insists that faithful preaching does not bypass that discomfort. It shepherds people through it. She invites preachers to engage not only the content of what we say, but the relational and emotional landscapes in which preaching is received. In many ways, her work complements and challenges our broader conversations in homiletics. If some of us are pressing into questions of embodiment, how marginalized bodies perform the word in the face of interlocking oppressions, then Dr. Helsel presses us to consider how those who have been formed within systems of dominance must learn to hear, to speak, and to be accountable differently. She reminds us that prophetic preaching is not only about amplifying silenced voices, it is also about disrupting the habits of hearing and responding that sustain injustice. Her voice is one that calls the church to maturity, to a faith that is not afraid of the truth, to a preaching practice that refuses avoidance, and to a discipleship that understands that reconciliation without reckoning is not gospel. And beyond her scholarship, those of us who know her know that she carries this work with deep pastoral care, intellectual rigor, and an unwavering commitment to the possibility that communities can change, that people can grow, that preaching, when done faithfully, can indeed be a site of transformation. So as we continue to wrestle with what it means to preach prophetically in a fractured world, I invite you to lean into this moment, to listen for what challenges you, to notice what unsettles you, and to remain open to the ways this conversation might call you deeper into the work of truth-telling and repair. Please join me in welcoming my friend and comrade, Reverend Dr. Carolyn Browning Helsel.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank also, as I begin, Dean Corey Walker for the invitation to come and speak to you today. It's a great honor and privilege to be able to stand and lecture in the same room where Martin Luther King gave a speech at Wake Forest. And I especially want to thank Dr. Melva Sampson, who was the reason that I went to study where I went to study for my doctoral program. Here was someone who I wanted to work alongside and to learn from. There's plenty of professors and books that you can learn from in your studies, but colleagues who are on the same journey with you that may be lifelong friends. So thank you, Dr. Sampson, for allowing me to count you among my friends. I also want to thank the donors of the Bryan Preaching series. This is a great testimony to a legacy. We are not the first to be talking about prophetic preaching. This is something that you all have been engaging a long time, so thank you. So today's topic is prophetic preaching in a fractured world. It's a powerful image. This world, this whole globe, broken and fragmented, divides pulling us apart at the seams, various forms of injustice and suffering, tearing at the fabric of society so much so that we cannot see what still connects us. But we are connected. When the world is broken, when we feel overwhelmed, it's easy to feel alone, but we're not alone. We are connected to each other through our humanity, through our belovedness, and through our creatureliness. And prophetic preaching helps to remind us of those things. Prophetic preaching knits us together by naming what's going on, connecting us to a larger reality, and helping us to stay rooted to our tradition of faith that shakes its fist in the face of injustice. But the natural reaction that we may have to hearing that we're going to be talking about prophetic preaching or to be prophetic preachers is to look for someone else to take the job. So, of course, I have brought in conversation partners to talk about this with me. And I know that we are coming close to the lunch hour, so forgive me for this metaphor, but I would invite you to pretend with me this morning that we are seated around a dinner table. Because I have been in conversation with different folks that I want you to meet. And sometimes that's done best by getting to know one another around a dinner table. Of course, I'll be doing all the talking, but as I share the wisdom of my guests, I hope you'll be able to picture them saying the words themselves. Now, some of these guests I've met before, and others I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, but I feel I've met them through their work. So allow me now to introduce you to my dinner table conversationalists. The first is Reverend Dr. Christine Marie Smith, a retired homiletician who taught for over 2 decades at United Theological Seminary of the Twin Cities in Minnesota, and her book, Preaching as Weeping, Confession, and Resistance, Radical Responses to Radical Evil, was a powerful word published in 1992 when it came out, addressing the injustices of ableism, ageism, heterosexism, sexism, racism, and classism. She was being intersectional long before that became a trendy word, and she was among the first in the Academic Guild of Homiletics to call out the injustice against the LGBTQ community long before most mainline denominations were ordaining persons who are part of the LGBTQIA community. She doesn't come out in her book in 1992 as a lesbian, but it is her identity from within the LGBTQIA community that helped her to identify with these interlocking oppressions of others. Going down the table, my next guest is the Reverend Dr. Frank A. Thomas, a homiletician who teaches at Christian Theological Seminary of Indianapolis, Indiana, where he's also the director of the PhD program in African American Preaching and Sacred Rhetoric, the first of its kind, founded in 2017. And Dr. Thomas's 2018 book, How to Preach a Dangerous Sermon, led so many preachers to ask him, how can I keep my job if I preach this way? That he had to write 2 follow-up books on surviving a dangerous sermon and God of the dangerous sermon to offer suggestions and a theology for how to preach this way. My third guest knows the experience of church members calling for your job, the Reverend Jim Rigby, a Presbyterian pastor of St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church in Austin, Texas, where he has pastored for over 40 years, beginning in 1984. You've probably never heard of him, but he's a local pastor in the town where I teach, and he's pastor of someone you may have heard of, Texas Synod hopeful James Tallarico, who attended Austin Seminary. James Tallarico grew up at Jim Rigby's church, hearing the prophetic preaching of this pastor, and it's what inspired him to go to seminary and now to run for senator, to reclaim the name of Jesus and acting on behalf of the poor and the needy. So I wanted to talk to his pastor, Pastor Jim Rigby, because I know he's been doing this, preaching prophetically, for almost as long as I've been alive. And it's easy for us homileticians to speak about preaching prophetically from the safety of our academic offices, but when your job is on the line, it's a different story. So I took him out to lunch last week, recorded our interview, and his comments will be included in our dinner conversation as well. My fourth and final guest is a name hopefully you'll for sure recognize as faculty member at Wake Forest, Dr. Melanie Harris, whose book Preaching Black Earth has been a conversation partner for me lately. Her intersectional eco-womanist approach is a powerful reminder of the fact that all of us are ultimately accountable to the earth and how we care for her and all of God's creatures. So now the table is set. Christine Smith, Frank Thomas, Jim Rigby, and Melanie Harris, all sitting at table with me talking about prophetic preaching. Christine, may I call you Christine? I want to start by saying thank you for the ways that you've advocated for so many different groups in the field of preaching during your career as a homiletician. And I love the way that your book names preaching in the title, weeping, confession, resistance. Using these words to describe what we're doing helps us to capture the range of things that sermons can aim for. I like that it starts with weeping, because prophetic preaching starts when we notice the pain of another, of our community, and that we cannot help but weep. Noticing that pain awakens us to a call to action, a call to do something, and a call to lift up this pain before God. And in your 1992 book, you name the pain of people who are experiencing oppression because of disability, their age, their race, gender, sexual orientation, and class. And that's a lot to take on in one book, but so necessary. You really threw down the gauntlet for preachers to start talking about the pain that people were going through, people in their pews. And then Christine tells me that preaching is a theological act, she says, because preachers are called to reflect upon and struggle with ultimate religious questions in life. The very act of preaching situates the preacher in the midst of the mysterious and perplexing nature of life and faith, trying to discern and proclaim the nature of God, the nature of human existence, the nature of the relationship between God and humanity, and the nature of human responsibility for creation. Preaching is also an act of naming. Preaching is an act of public theological naming, an act of disclosing and articulating the truths about our present human existence. It's an act of bringing new reality into being, an act of creation. It is also an act of redeeming and transforming reality, an act of shattering illusions and cracking open limited perspectives. It is nothing less than the interpretation of our present world and an invitation to build a profoundly different new one. Whew. Absolutely, Christine. I love how in your book you say that the task of this theological naming is to call out radical evil, to name the injustice in our world as it is, radical evil, and that our response in our preaching, we should be embodying weeping, confession, and resistance. Weeping because it's that place of feeling our deepest grief and sorrows, that we cry out for life in the face of death, that we mourn what we see in the world and do not turn away from its utter brokenness. Weeping is a sign of our passion and our compassion, suffering with others. And in confession, we name the truth of the world and our complicity in that radical evil, not to induce guilt or to spout what you call immobilizing moralisms, but to speak the truth about life and faith with clarity and courage, an act of confession that heals, confronts, and enlivens. And then Christine reminds me that preaching must also be resistance, because weeping and confession are not enough. She says that preaching must also be resistance. Resistance is not just our reaction to the evil we experience and participate in, but it is our stand against it. It is not an act of standing still and defending ourselves against the evil that surrounds us, but it is a movement into it and through it, with speech and with presence and with action. Yes. And of course, the preacher does not do this alone. The resistance that preaching enacts should be embodied in the mobilization of our communities, which is why I've invited you over for dinner, Christine. We can't do this alone. Can you say a bit more about how preaching as resistance leads to a new way of being for the preacher? Sure, she says. In our lives of faith and in our preaching, resistance demands even more than truthful speech. It is a theological affirmation to suggest that preaching be an act of resistance. The moment we commit ourselves to resisting evil, we literally place our lives in a fundamentally new place. To resist evil is to position one's passion and being in the realm of life, and to position oneself in the realm of life is to accept the call to be a redemptive agent. For preaching to become resistance, we must be clear about what is ultimate in our lives of faith. To affirm preaching as resistance is to suggest that preaching is not only about the hearing and receiving of good news, but that it is an act that must enable and sustain persons to be good news in the larger world. That is so powerful for me. I teach in my intro to preaching class that my students are to preach good news, even in the most difficult circumstances. But I like her emphasis that we as listeners and as preachers should become good news. Yes. I ask my dinner companions next, what has shaped your understanding of prophetic preaching? Frank Thomas speaks up. He says, I carry the idealism, the hope, the horror, grief, and the disappointment of the 1960s. And what has been difficult to reconcile, and yet also helps shape my moral imagination, is that when you say and do such things in a spirit of peacemaking, nonviolent Christian love, attempt to solve the inequities of the poor, and bridge race relations, you are likely to be persecuted, if not outright killed. And for the rest of you in the room, in Frank Thomas's book, his conversation partners include Robert F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr., persons who were shot and killed not long after giving a sermon or speech that proclaimed this moral imagination. Now, it may or may not get you killed, Frank says, but it certainly will get you persecuted, fired, harassed, labeled enemy, traitor, and such, especially if you choose to preach dangerous sermons. Wow. I can only imagine what it was like for you, Frank, to grow up in the 60s, to see all of this powerful change, and then the backlash and the violence. But we certainly see a lot of similar backlash today with state legislatures banning what they call critical race theory. They don't want us to talk about race or racism at all. Prophetic preaching is risky. A lot is at stake with prophetic preaching, especially when you're calling out and calling for something that others are wanting to keep silenced. So I asked Frank, can you help me out? What is moral imagination? He says moral imagination is the ability of the preacher in the midst of the chaotic experiences of life and existence to grasp and share God's abiding wisdom and ethical truth in order to benefit the individual and common humanity. And if I do not preach from moral imagination, something vital in the nation and in my person is lost. If at least some of my sermons are not dangerous, I lose a piece of my integrity. Exactly. Preaching prophetically has something to do with our own personal sense of integrity, our own sense of wholeness. That if we do not preach in a way that names what is going on in our world and pointing to God's grace-filled action, then we are losing pieces of ourselves. This sounds like something that I heard from Jim Rigby during my interview with him last week. So I turned to Jim and asked him if what we're hearing, if this resonates with his own reasons for preaching in ways that others have called political. He says that before he got involved in activism, that he had always thought, don't get political, not realizing that it was political, because the status quo is a political stance. He starts by telling me about his first year at the church that he's been serving for over 40 years. 2 women had come to him because they had been raped. He had been trying to counsel them. He went to a rape crisis center and learned counseling techniques, but nothing was helping him feel like he was doing a good job of comforting them. I didn't realize that coming into it with my male privilege was assaulting them in a different way. You know what I'm saying? Like, to realize that trying to fix them, me trying to have answers, was kind of an assault on the boundaries that they needed more than anything else at that point, that honored them and that nobody could come in without consent. And it took me a while to understand what was going on, but then I began to feel my role. Then I got food poisoning one week, and I was in bed, and someone had given me like 8 books on abortion. And I was like pro-life from a Gandhi perspective. And all of a sudden I realized that I was not serious about the assault of women if I didn't say that that's their body and I don't get to vote. I was just by the typical comfort zone that I've been taught. I realized that I was part of the violence. And I'd always thought that I was on the sidelines, not affecting anything. And just to realize that you're kind of born, from the way I came to realize it, that I was born standing on somebody's throat. It felt to me that I was standing on the fence, but it wasn't. That was somebody's, neck. I start feeling the gravity of that if I don't advocate for people, that I was sort of the dead weight that they were having to carry. And then after that, he goes on, I went to Houston to talk about the abortion stuff. And there were these gay activists that were beaten by the Houston police, the horse cavalry and stuff. So that was a moment of just feeling a very powerful spiritual experience of somebody looking over my shoulder and basically asking, what was I going to do about that? Because that was not an issue that I wanted to advocate about. I didn't initially want to take any part in that advocacy. But so all of this stuff was so redemptive to me. I started doing it thinking I was helping somebody else, but you're with the best people on the planet, working for the most meaningful values that you know possible. I've said my biggest fear was always like losing the path. It was never, losing my job or even getting shot. It was like, I don't want to lose this kind of honing beacon because I've been lost. The feeling of realizing that you're in a cell, in a common body, it feels like coming home. And it's just, I felt so lucky to be led to that because I was not that smart. Had I been a smarter person, I wouldn't have survived. I would have been fired because my learning curve was so slow. So, I was lucky to be able to keep my job, he says. So then I follow up and ask if there's any relationships you feel like you've lost as a result of the political stances that you've taken over the years. And Jim tells me, yeah, well, we had a split in the church. We lost 150 people, sort of central organizers, the best givers, all of that stuff. Yeah, it was devastating. It was like a bleeding wound. Then I asked him, so how did you change on the LGBTQ stance? Like, was it just seeing those folks beaten in Houston? He said, that's what started it, but I don't want to project a wisdom that wasn't there, because a lot of it was just like a ping pong ball being blown along in the right direction like this. And a lot of it was being more afraid of running away than staying. It wasn't like this one moment where I decided to do it. I just couldn't. It was like I'd been preaching and I just couldn't dodge it. That wasn't what I was wanting to do, but I couldn't avoid it. Yeah, I say, so what was it like writing sermons like that? What was it like for you when you felt like you had this kind of compulsion, like you have to name this? He says it was scary at first. People would sometimes get up and walk out. I had this older woman friend who got up in the service and say, "Why don't you shut up?" Like she was my friend. And then afterwards, and then this one guy called for my resignation after a sermon. He stood up towards the front of the church, and then they started a petition to get me fired. They sent one copy to my parents. So I asked him, so how do you feel like you were given the grace to be able to continue to do what you were doing in the face of this kind of backlash? Again, I don't want to give the impression of a competence that was there at the time, but it only takes one person, like the one non-binary kid coming up saying, like, that was great, to outweigh 100 people on the other side. And it was scary at first, but that was my own cowardice. It's not like I was in this incredible danger, because we were building a new building. And I realized at the time, it was like the world didn't need another traditional Presbyterian church. But to have a community that stood up for people, that would be a gift. It was scary at first, but then after that, if you weren't being attacked, you're not shaking any cages. My rule of thumb has been to not go out of my way to upset people or not upset people, just try to say what's true as best as I understand it, with the understanding that I'm only human. But part of it was like the confusion of like what's helpful and what's not, realizing that I didn't know what was true, but I knew whether I was being honest. And that was the only gift that I could really give them at that time. So then I asked Jim about how polarized churches have become. Because today, if you don't like the preaching of your pastor, if you don't like their political stance, you can just leave and go find another church with the same political views as yourself. People today aren't bound by denominational loyalties or going to the church closest to their home. They go where they feel the most comfortable, and that tends to be surrounded by like-minded people. So what is prophetic preaching in this context? He tells me who he draws his inspiration from. He says, yeah, my sources are not traditional, like John Calvin, Luther, they never really appealed to me. But Schweitzer and Tolstoy and Martin Luther King and Romero and bell hooks, that particular expression of it, it's very powerful for me, but that's coming from love. It's not coming from politics. It affects politics. But to me, for years, my biggest fear was that we weren't going to stand up for anybody. But for the last few years, my biggest fear is that we're becoming political, like we've become an arm of the Democratic Party, to realize that it's not coming from love, or in our case, the Sermon on the Mount, that view of humanity. That's why we have an art display. If it's not coming from beauty and empathy, then it has a cruelty and a cost to it. that's not intentional. But justice comes from feeling another person's pain and having the reason to figure out what you've got to do collectively. But if you don't feel bad, if you're just mad at the oppressor, then that's not helpful. I thank Jim for talking with me, and I say, you know, what you're talking about makes me think about what are the places that we go to help us heal in the midst of all of this, because this is a lot to carry the pain of one another. But it reminds me of the powerful work of Melanie Harris, whose work connects the pain of human communities to the pain of the earth, and how we have to root our activism in care for the planet. In one of her essays in Preaching Black Earth, she says, as Alice Walker and Bell Hooks remind us, especially for Black women and Black communities, it is central to remember that our healing is deeply woven into the healing of the earth. Our healing from internalized and externalized forms of oppression, racism, classism, sexism, our healing from homophobia, transphobia, even our healing from racial trauma and intimate relational violence is connected to how we connect to the earth, put our hands in the soil, listen, and fight for environmental justice. And she quotes from Bell Hooks, when we love the earth, we are able to love ourselves more fully. Yes, thank you, Dr. Harris. When the stress of the world's brokenness threatens to undo us, my healing place is going outside. Here's a picture of a pomegranate blossom from my backyard. We probably won't get any pomegranates before the squirrels get them, but the blooms are brilliant. And here's a glimpse of new life in the form of a Buick's wren feeding its babies and removing the waste from its nest. A beautiful reminder of life's resilience in the face of all the woes of the world. But sometimes it feels as though caring for birds and plants are separate from our work for justice. We tend to stay bifurcated in our silos, in our guilds, working only in our areas, staying only in our lanes. But I love how Melanie Harris refuses to do this. She calls on us to work beyond our silos, particularly when it comes to our religious traditions. She says, I urge religious thinkers, scholars, and practitioners to stop allowing doctrinal differences and religious conflict to set them apart from one another. Rather, allow the particularities of our religious traditions to infuse and inspire one another for the sake of earth justice. Dr. Harris, I love how you draw from the meditative practices of Buddhism to talk about ways to have conversations with people who come from different backgrounds. You imagine having your own table conversations, perhaps, in your own areas, and bringing these conversations into your preaching. Because through prophetic preaching, we can bring in the voices of others so that we may all listen more deeply to them. Melanie Harris says this, contrary to a Christian hegemonic practice of evangelizing or use of a logic of control to try and win an argument, thus silencing the opponent by not allowing others to speak or by silencing others from the conversation, the practice of fussing, wrestling with words in community, and engaging in dialogue requires a deep allowing. This orientation guides participants away from ego and away from models of perfectionism based on hierarchical thinking and control, and leans rather into the practice of sharing ideas and values foundational for interreligious dialogue. Here the point is to invite participants to listen deeply, notice, and release all mental formations that lead into the blame, criticism, or competition in the process of sharing with one another. Dr. Harris, I love how you draw particularly from Thich Nhat Hanh, a Buddhist monk who advocates for a compassionate and meditative approach to dealing with conflict. And you summarize that in this Buddhist approach, conversationalists are invited to mindfully practice listening as a meditative practice in a way that allows them to honor and practice self-compassion and also honor and practice compassion for their conversation partners, noting the temptation to attach the mind to a particular thought or idea and aware of the ego's tendency to want to be right. Deep listening rests on the practice of resting the mind and opening it to hold all ideas lightly and to perceive them simply as ideas. And it allows others' voices to be heard, cherished, and understood. Thank you so much, Dr. Harris. I love the wisdom that you've drawn from Thich Nhat Hanh. He has really enriched my life. It is so hard when we come to issues we care about not to hold our ideas with an iron grip, but your words to be mindful in our conversations and to be deep listeners is such an important reminder, especially since preachers are usually doing all the talking. This tells me that before we preach prophetically, we need to do a lot of listening, and to people who may have different perspectives than we do. This has been such a rich table conversation. Thank you for being with me and for talking about what prophetic preaching looks like in a fractured world. You've helped me to feel more connected and more rooted. And I want to thank my listeners today for overhearing our table conversation. And again, thank you to Wake Forest for this invitation.
Thank you, friend, for presenting to us an unconventional and yet powerful. I wish that many more of us would take license. And so you are a great follow-up to our colleague Lise in this conversation about prophetic preaching in a practice in a fractured world. So sit back, get comfortable, just two friends having conversation. I want to ask you, I want to start because you used and brought in other voices which are so valuable and important, and now I want to center your voice. I want to center you, and I want to invite you to consider, or at least the way that I think of how you've spent much of your work helping the church talk about racism honestly. So I want to simply begin by asking, why is it still so hard? Right? Why is it still so hard? What is it about racism or any of the other, interlocking systems of oppression, particularly in white Christian spaces, that makes faithful conversation so difficult?
Excellent question. Yeah, it's always been hard. And when I started doing my research, trying to figure out what was making it so hard, back in 2008, I was doing a part-time THM and bringing together some resources, and a lot of what I picked up on was some of that anxiety of being afraid of saying the wrong thing, or just the assumption that, well, we don't need to talk about racism because A, it's over, and B, we don't have any racists in our church. That kind of assumption. So trying to help us think about what are some other ways that we can be having this conversation. So I drew from the work of Beverly Daniel Tatum, who talks about this racial identity development theory that helps us think about kind of this long arc of people changing, that we don't change overnight, that it's often this process. So that was helpful and formative for me. But what I've seen since I published those books, 2018, 2020, something like that, was as soon as George Floyd's murder was televised in such a way that people stuck at home with COVID, everyone saw this suffering in their face. They saw the passive and uncaring face of the officer kneeling on his neck. And it was that face. It was the face of Emmett Till. It was that reality that, oh my gosh, this is happening. So people were having conversations. And immediately we had this backlash. So that same summer, by September, there was a presidential executive order to outlaw federal contracts going to anybody doing DEI or critical race theory. And there was a journalist / activist, Chris Rufo, coming out of the Pacific Northwest, who was tapping into the fact that lots of folks were stuck at home, and now lots of folks were also doing race training or anti-racism training that their workplaces were requiring, stuck at home, and there wasn't that engagement. And so a lot of them were having big feelings, didn't know what to do with them, but felt really resentful. And so Chris Rufo takes the word critical race theory, which is its own real topic, but it's within law theory. It's its own thing. It's an academic thing, and he takes it to actually mean and represent all things that are critical, all things that are anti-American, anti-family, anti-Christian, and race. People don't want to talk about race, he says, and theory. It's all about these ideas, this elite body of knowledge, you know, and so people are looking down at everybody. Critical race theory encompasses all of these things, and that's why it should be outlawed. It's not what we want to be doing as Christians. So he gave the right this kind of perfect rhetorical circle to capture a lot of attempts at talking about racism and say, this is all bad. This is not helpful. And then there was the legislative will and power behind it. So you saw 33 states considering or enacting anti-critical race theory bans within the year. By the following May, you know, people, it was all over the country. So that kind of silencing has a powerful effect on educators, on people that are trying to have these conversations. But I think beyond kind of, that's kind of the structural ways that why it's harder. But I think people are tired. I think there's so many things that are dividing us right now that people are like, I don't want any more reason to be angry at my neighbor, so I'm just gonna be silent about this topic. So it's a very it's a frustrating time to try to talk about these things, for sure.
I absolutely hear that. I'm recalling a conversation, an ongoing conversation in my practicing theologies for social transformation, where we've been reading, we're reading so many, but we're reading Ruha Benjamin's Imagination, a Manifesto. We're also reading Robin D.G. Kelly's Black Radical Imagination, Freedom Dreaming. I just had a moment. And really talking about how I'm bringing in digital now into this conversation, that a lot of the things that we believe are neutral are not really neutral. So in the ways that even when you mentioned the gospel and Dr. Thomas's How to Preach a Dangerous Sermon, or Reverend Rigby, you know, his conversation about love, but it's not political. And I was just kind of thinking like, I don't know. Like, I'm thinking love is a political act. I mean, because at the basis of politics is power, right? And so there is a way in which I think people mean, you know, this is not a partisan political act, but there's a way, I'm wanting your take, that we water down, or that because we're afraid, so we sidestep around this conversation around, you know, politics. And so instead of politics, then let's say prophetic. In the ways that the gospel is prophetic and demands and calls us. So in this moment, this particular moment is about formation, right? So what would you say, in your words, what does faithful prophetic formation look like in this moment? What are you teaching to your students? What do you have to say to us about what a faithful prophetic formation looks like. Beyond what your dinner guests have shared, what should we be doing? What questions should we be asking? How should we be performing?
My initial response is to go outside and look at your ground. Learn about the soil that you have. Is it construction-filled dirt that's been brought in? Has it been wiped away of all of its particulate matter? Does it need to be rebuilt? What are the organisms that are there? Has it been killed of all insects? And are there lizards? Are there birds? Are there cool insects? And this may sound so mundane, but this ability to look at just literally what's right outside our door, like helps us to be in the world in a different way. And when we see that one part of our world is totally missing, we need to start asking what's happened? What's happened? And how can we bring them back into our lives?
I mean, I hear in that, is the ecosystem disrupted? We have many of our students, but one of our students, first year student, Alfred Shirley, who is always sharing with our community the value and the importance of the earth and the ecosystem. And so I'm hearing in that formation is one, in how you bring in Professor Harris. One is, how might it be prophetic to return to the earth? To return to form, to return to creation, and to be able to see how the ecosystem has been disrupted, right? A kind of prophetic composting. Oh, this is good. We might have to continue on this. I mean, I just think it's so extremely helpful. And so, listen, this kind of way of being, if we're honest, I mean, and Reverend Rigby said it comes with a lot of pushback. It is not comfortable. It is extremely risky. And if we're honest in terms of the way that we are interpreting gospel, at the end of this is likely death. And so again, in this moment when people are experiencing death by the hands of a structure or a system, what is it or how do we encourage people, not just people who are preaching, but people who are listeners, everyday folk? How do we take the prophetic, if you will, this kind of speaking truth to power, in what ways, even the work that you have about the ABCs, right? And what kind of lay people's terms can we share with people that kind of says, step one begins here?
It begins with relationships. It involves with having conversations with folks, and I think about the ABC is a reference to another book that I co-authored on helping our kids talk about differences, and it reminds me of a conversation I was having with my daughter recently. She was talking with a friend who had just left a bad relationship with a guy, and my daughter says, "I think in the future you need to start dating women." And her friend responded, "Oh, but I'm a Christian." And my daughter said, "Hold up, what does that have to do with it?" And the person said, "Well, love the sinner, hate the sin." And my daughter and I were talking about that, and she's like, "Yeah, but God made me the way that I am, and I am wonderful." And there's so much that we miss out on when we can't be in relationship with people because we assume something about them. Now, unfortunately, that can happen both ways. So there can be plenty of people who are less progressive that I want to not listen to at all. But there's things that I can learn from them also, even if we have very different opinions. So having those kinds of conversations that's, again, key, because it's not winning an argument, like Dr. Harris was saying. It's like, how can we be open and this listening presence, through our presence, be able to, again, help to be that change in the world. You also mentioned death, which you had talked about earlier. I encourage my students, I say, prophetic preaching, like the dangerous sermons that Dr. Thomas talks about, he doesn't say that every sermon has to be dangerous. He just says, not all of your sermons should not be dangerous, So there's a season, and there's times when we are speaking these harder truths, and times when we're pouring on pastoral care. I mean, they're all one piece. But I tell my students, like, you only have one hill to die on. It's only one. You get one shot. And you think about people who were active, who were crossing that bridge. I mean, John Lewis crossed that bridge with Martin Luther King Jr., but he lived many more decades, but he also experienced that same kind of brutal pushback. But there were times when he stepped back, when he stayed in the system. And he was a legislator for decades. So thinking about how do we take the long view, and how do we stay in the game in ways to make a difference, because we've only got one shot.
How did you know this was your hill in terms of the work that you're doing and the way that you show up to it? I know, she's like, you got to see her face. She's very expressive. And inside she's like, are you kidding me? Are we doing this right now? I guess, and I'm asking because I think you were in that class. I won't mention names, but a particular class or moment. If you weren't in the class, you were definitely, the story, where we were in a class and we were engaging French post-structuralism, which is why when Lise was talking about in her chapter, I was like, oh my goodness, triggered, right? Because I was kind of sitting there trying to catch on, or catch on is not the word, just like this is not how I would speak about this particular subject. So this is not how I enter, right? And I remember the question was, hey, Melva, are you getting this? Are you, remember that? Are you getting this? Are you with us? That was the conversation. And I remember just kind of freezing, like, huh? Like, because everybody else looks just confused as I do. Like, where is this conversation coming? And that you and others, later on, we began to have this conversation, which I'm naming because, the academy is also a fractured world, right? And I'm naming that because there was a way in which the risk of speaking, not simply on my behalf or for me, but simply speaking at all as to why this question was problematic, as to the historical problems, with this line of questioning. And so and because I know how your work begins, I'm wondering, what that was an example of you climbing the hill, right? You didn't die on that hill, but you absolutely was like, I'm gonna climb this hill with her. And so as you are preparing and shaping preachers and a preacher yourself in the prophetic, when did you know that it was a hill? How did you identify your hill, that it's this? And that kind of Esther conversation, and if it happens here, it happens here, but I will no longer be silent about this.
Well, I think it's for all of us a process, but I did have this one moment. When I was in college, people didn't think I should be ordained because I'm a woman, and I struggled with this internalized sense of doubt. And when I went to seminary, I learned about feminist theology, and my world was broken open, that here were people sharing my struggle. And I was interested in taking a class on feminist theologies, and when the syllabus came out, it was called Feminist and Womanist Theologies, and it listed all of these different perspectives from all of this different parts of the world. But you know what my initial reaction was that I said out loud? I said, but I was only interested in feminist theologies. In my head, I thought I could only relate to or learn from people who looked like me and had my same situation. I thought these other women are different from me, and they're not going to be able to have, they're not going to have the same experiences as I do. And I'll never forget, the person who's next to me happened to be the person I eventually married.
Come on, Phil.
He said, you know, I think that's where feminist theology is going these days, that it's not just certain people who can represent who God is. And it was this gentle pushback to what, you know, in my mind, I didn't think of it as being racist, but it was definitely racist for him to call me on that in a way that helped the scales fall from my eyes, and to see the gift and the grace of getting to learn who God is from all sorts of different people, that was kind of a clear moment for me. And then as a Christian, one of the things that we're taught is to confess our sin. And so it just felt like growing up in somewhat of a more evangelical context, to have talked about sin so much, but to have racism never be named as a sin also felt like a big contradiction. And so I felt like if we're not talking about this, this is a huge area of sin that we're not naming. So it felt like it was part of that calling as well. So,
That's very helpful. I want to walk back to, you know, not every sermon should be dangerous, but I'm like, yeah, it kind of should be though. I mean, because if the gospel wasn't fun, you know what I mean? It's this watery, making folks feel good, like the ways in which people, again, want to sidestep the hard, the tragic, and I don't see you doing that. A few months back, we had a lecture honoring the presence of our colleague, Dr. Alton B. Paula III, and the theme of that conversation was hope in a fractured world. So even in all that we are engaging, I want to know in the work that you're doing, is there hope? Are you finding hope? If so, where is it? Is there hope in the prophetic? Can prophetic and hope coincide? Is prophetic just, is it just speaking truth to power? Just where is hope in that for you?
I'm so glad you asked, because I really wanted to lift up joy in this conversation, and thinking about the conversations that you get to be part of. It really is such a rich conversation when you get to hear what people are doing and how the world can be changed in these small ways. I mean, just hearing the kinds of differences that local pastors are making. I mean, that to me brings me a lot of joy. And the image of a dinner conversation where we're feeding one another, we're attending to our bodyliness, you know, really names that, like, in this care and this mutuality and this learning from one another, there is joy, and delighting that, yes, in the midst of all of the fractures, like, there's a wholeness here that we can live into and breathe in and love while we can. In some of the other work I do, doing grant work, I'm working with lay preachers who are people that are, you know, late in life, who are maybe second career, third career, fifth career, or still working, or are retired, who are taking the mantle of these very itty-bitty small congregations that they've been a part of for decades, seeing that the church needs to live. And they give me a lot of hope. You know, the gay pastor who's a lay preacher now in his 60s or 70s, you know, who lived in rural Texas, you know, these kinds of differences that different folks can make, that gives me a lot of hope. And again, being outside and seeing these signs of life can be so persistent. You know, if you've lived through the heat of a Texas summer, you're amazed that anything can survive out there. You know, but these live oak trees with their gnarled limbs that are weighed down with pounds and pounds of weight of bark and branches, yet they're still putting out and keeping these leaves in the midst of this dry, deadly heat. It just reminds me that, yeah, life is very persistent, and it doesn't go away even when we throw our worst at it. And so for that, I'm very thankful, and it gives me joy and reminds me that, yeah, we get to be part of it for as long as we get to be part of it.
That's a beautiful place for us to pause and give thanks for Dr. Carolyn Browning Helsel for being with us today. I'd like to invite all that are here to join us downstairs in the lower auditorium for lunch. And then we will return here. I'd invite you to come back and be back in place by 1:55 as we will start our third conversation at 2 p.m. promptly with the Reverend Paul Brandeis Raushenbush. We will hear from him, and he will then be in conversation with our student, Mallory Chalice, and we call him Chief, but I'm compelled to give his full title, Lieutenant General Charles D. Lucky, who will be in conversation, followed by a full conversation with us all. Thank you all for being with us. We look forward to having lunch, breaking bread, being at the table with you all as we continue to consider preaching prophetically in a fractured world. Thank you.
That intellectual community is the School of Divinity. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my divinity school experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the divinity school is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my divinity school experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. and he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the divinity school is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my divinity school experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my divinity school experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the divinity school is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my divinity school experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the divinity school is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of divinity school. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my divinity school experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the divinity school is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my divinity school experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me The Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my divinity school experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my divinity school experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the divinity school is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, you know, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different. It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my divinity school experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity school is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future. A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon program of the 2026 Bryan Prophetic Preaching series on the theme Prophetic Preaching in a Fractured World. So we continue this series, and we do so as a living inquiry into the conditions of prophetic witness and prophetic preaching today. What does it mean to preach when truth is contested? What does it mean to proclaim justice in a world structured by inequality and inhumanity? What does it mean to speak of hope without succumbing to illusion? These are not merely homiletical questions. They are theological, ethical, and political questions, questions that press upon the very possibility of our collective life together. We gather in the conviction that prophetic preaching still matters, that words, images, ideas, faithful, courageous truth-telling and embodied can still illumine the darkness of our times. For the kingdom of God is always but coming. Walter Raushenbush rightly insisted that we must have the courage of religious faith and assert that individuals live not by bread alone, but by the will of God, and that the life of a nation consists not in the abundance of things which it produces, but in the way people live justly with one another and humbly with their God. This is the moral imagination that Raushenbush dared to reclaim in the late 19th and early 20th centuries here in the United States. A vision of faith that dares to believe, as he reminds us, that it takes more faith to see God in the little beginnings than in the completed results. More faith to say that God is now working than to say that God will someday work. These words from Walter Raushenbush finds exemplary expression in his great-grandson, Paul Brandeis Raushenbush. A leading advocate for interfaith cooperation, Paul works nationally to advance inclusive democracy, civil rights, and religious freedom through dialogue, public engagement, and policy innovation. He is president and CEO of Interfaith Alliance. An ordained Baptist minister, Paul is a longtime leader in the interfaith movement and a renowned advocate for civil rights and religious freedom. He brings a unique perspective shaped by his own interfaith background. He is the great-grandson of the first Jewish Supreme Court Justice, Louis Brandeis, and the great-grandson of Baptist theologian Walter Raushenbush. Paul has dedicated his career to forging alliances across diverse faiths and beliefs to build a resilient and inclusive democracy. A frequently sought-after speaker, he has delivered keynotes and commentary at major institutes and in nationwide media such as CNN, formerly MSNBC, now MS Now, NPR, CBS, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the BBC. He is also the host of the weekly podcast and radio show, The State of Belief, featuring conversations with leading voices at the intersection of religion and democracy. His previous roles include former senior advisor for public affairs and innovation at Interfaith America, senior vice president at Auburn Seminary, founding executive editor of Huffington Post Religion, and Associate Dean of Religious Life at Princeton University. He is the author of 2 books and numerous essays in public life. After Paul's lecture, he will be joined in conversation with 2 of our Wake Forest University School of Divinity graduate students, graduating Master of Divinity student Mallory Chalice and first-year Master of Divinity student Charles D. Lucky. Mallory Chalice is a graduating senior with an MDiv here and a working journalist. Upon graduation, she'll assume a chaplaincy residency at Wake Forest Baptist Hospital. Charles D. Lucky, Lieutenant General retired Charles D. Lucky, epitomizes a soldier scholar, having served our nation at every level of command and as a civilian professional. He has served in uniform for 43 years, culminating in the Chief of Army Reserve Commanding General. As the commander of the U.S. Army Reserves, he was responsible for manning, training, and equipping a force of more than 200,000 soldiers and civilians across 50 states, 5 territories, and more than 30 countries. Throughout his career, he has served in a variety of theaters with 3 combat tours. He's a graduate of the University of Virginia and the University of Connecticut Law School. So after Paul's lecture, we'll be excited to welcome Mallory and Chief for a public conversation. Please join me in welcoming Paul Brandeis Raushenbush.
Good afternoon.
Wow, what a week to be talking about prophetic preaching. I am so grateful to be here for the Bryan Prophetic Preacher series to honor his legacy, and thank you so much to the Reverend Dr. Corey Walker, the Reverend Dr. Melvin Sampson, and my esteemed colleagues and co-presenters and new inspiration in preaching, the Reverend Dr. Helsel and the Reverend Dr. Vaja Ruiz. And I am grateful to be in conversation with General Lucky and Reverend Mallory Chalice. This is my first time at Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Divinity School, but the reputation is so strong with me, and I'm so inspired to be here and so grateful for this opportunity to be speaking. I'm especially grateful because today's talk has provided me with an opportunity to look back at this past year and a half of my own preaching and speaking across the country, and to recognize that how I am speaking and preaching in these past several weeks is different than I did 18 months ago. Of course, preaching is always dynamic, speaking into the moment that we find ourselves. Yet there is a constant, and I'm recalling my own homiletics professor, Dr. Edwina Hunter, from over 30 years ago at Union Seminary, who seared into my brain the question for every sermon: what's the good news? And today, even in our current American and global context of distress, I do bring good news. And not to spoil the punchline, but it has something to do with love. But first, let's talk about the ongoing reality into which each of us is called to preach at this time. America is observing our 250th anniversary just as our democracy faces an uncertain future under the threat of authoritarianism. We are in a pivotal moment. And what you and I and so many others of diverse faiths and beliefs do in the next months will determine the future of the project that is America. While our moment is unique, it is not without precedent. Throughout these last 250 years of American history, religious people and communities have faced great tests that reveal how they choose to interpret and exercise the moral character of the faith traditions of which we are a part. Profound societal challenges, such as the horror of slavery, radical economic injustice, and the struggle for equality and civil rights for all, to name a few, have forced a decision on how people of faith will leverage the power of their religious and spiritual traditions. If we are clear-eyed, we know that in all of these times there were religious leaders and faithful congregants acting as cheerleaders for the worst angels of our republic. To use just one example, slavery was given sacred sanction by generations of white Christian pastors preaching from the Bible. I could spend my entire time listing the many examples of how American religion failed the moral test of their moment. But today I want to remind us that that is not the only story. Our history is rich with examples of religious people passing the test of their time by accessing the courage of their faith, overcoming legal, cultural, and political realities to show up, speak out, organize, and mobilize, and preach a good word that moved our country forward ever closer towards the promise of liberty and justice for all. We are facing our own test. The test is not theoretical or about the future. It is real, and it is about now, and it involves all of us. It will require courage, and nobody is going to save us but us. In the past 18 months, our country has progressed along the path of authoritarianism more rapidly than many of us thought possible. In 2021, America was designated as a backsliding democracy, and now we are in free fall. Just this month, the most respected democracy research group in the world removed America from the list of functioning liberal democracies, stating, quote, "The speed with which American democracy is currently being dismantled is unprecedented in modern history," unquote. I had a chance to speak with Staffan Lindberg, one of the authors of the report, on Monday for my show, The State of Belief. He explained something that you and I have lived and know, that in the last 18 months, the pillars of civil society and government that hold up democracy have been systematically attacked, and many of them deeply damaged. These include government agencies, universities, the court, the press, education, museums, libraries, and even corporations. This has been coupled with the scapegoating and the erasure of civil rights of immigrants, as well as Black, LGBTQ, Muslim, and Jewish communities, as well as the undermining of fundamental freedoms such as freedom of expression and freedom of assembly and freedom of religion. That last one is important because much of the authoritarian movement is being fueled and informed by the political ideology of white Christian nationalism, whose goal is a Christian and white nation made in their own image and which attacks anyone from any faith that is not in lockstep with their political agenda. Christian nationalists now hold some of the most powerful positions in our country, including Speaker Mike Johnson, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, whose pastor advocates for the repeal of the 19th Amendment, who has framed America's conflict with Iran in religious terms, and, news just broke today, quotes Pulp Fiction when he thinks he's quoting Scripture. Former Attorney General Pam Bondi created the Anti-Christian Bias Task Force, which is an absurd initiative in search of a problem, created to confirm the belief held by some aggrieved white Christians that they are the most oppressed group in America, and to use so-called anti-Christian bias to shut down the freedom of others. They also created the Religious Liberty Commission, a group meant to protect religious freedom for all, but made up entirely of ideologically extreme Christians with one Orthodox Jew. For the record, Interfaith Alliance, the organization that I head, is in ongoing lawsuits against both of those initiatives. For his part, President Trump, who has revealed much about his understanding of Christian values this past week, flips the great words of President Lincoln and proudly claims that God is in fact on his side. Trump likes to refer to his Christians while adopting God as some kind of divine personal mascot. Project 2025 was built on a Christian nationalist vision, and it has achieved much of its dream of power in this administration. Yet even as they claim their religious mandate and use their enormous power to impose their autocratic vision on the American people, they have not been able to fully prevail. And that is, to a large part, due to the courage of religious people, including the broad and diverse Christian community. While too many law firms, universities, media companies, and corporations capitulated over the last 18 months, the over 70% of Americans who do not identify with white Christian nationalist ideology have chosen not to bend the knee. Skye Perryman is the president of Democracy Forward, the organization that has been leading the legal defense of our democracy, successfully litigating against the gross overreaches of this administration. Perryman has proclaimed that courage is the new currency and has affirmed that of all the groups that Democracy Forward is representing, the religious groups are among the most courageous. Courage is needed right now, and all of us are capable of it. I don't believe that anybody is born with more or less courage than anyone else. Rather, courage is a practice that is cultivated, a spiritual discipline that we can grow, that looks different for every person. The root of the word courage is the Latin word cor, which means heart. Courage is an act of the heart. Courage is where love becomes action. And courage is indeed the new currency that I submit to those of us who are preachers and teachers, that we consider the ways we can mint the currency of courage and spend it lavishly on our congregations, our community, and our democracies. For the remainder of my time, I would like to suggest 3 principles of courage available to Christian communities that we can bring to the broader pro-democracy movement that needs us so much. The first principle of courage is to go deep, showing up, speaking out, caring for ourselves, and caring for our communities. It all takes a deep toll. Let's just acknowledge that. Yet we can call upon the spiritual resources of our faith, as have those who have gone before us. Jesus, in the first great commandment, invites us to love God with all our heart and our soul and our mind. The mandate to love God is an invitation to intentionally seek out and dwell in that deep place of fire inside where life emanates, where our deepest truth dwells, and where we feel that connection to God and to all the world. Cultivating that spiritual power is critical for sustaining the courage required for this moment. A great inspiration within our Christian tradition is the Reverend Dr. Howard Thurman, born in 1899 and raised by his formerly enslaved grandmother. He became a Baptist preacher and served as Dean of the Chapel at Howard University and Dean of the Chapel at Boston University. Thurman was introduced to Mahatma Gandhi in 1936, whose principles of nonviolence were an important inspiration for him. Thurman wrote the seminal book, Jesus and the Disinherited, in which he connected the spiritual practice of nonviolence with the power of love. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a graduate student at Boston University when Howard Thurman became dean of the chapel and was enormously influenced by Thurman and carried a copy of Jesus and the Disinherited in his pocket during the Montgomery bus boycott. Howard Thurman was both a prophet and a mystic who went deep into the spiritual reserves of his faith and connected it to courage and action. In his book, Deep is the Hunger, Thurman wrote, "There is a quiet courage that comes from an inward spring of confidence in the meaning and significance of life. Such courage is an underground river, flowing far beneath the shifting events of one's experience, keeping alive 1,000 little springs of action." Our preaching can point towards that underground river of spiritual fortitude that is available to us when we go deep and turn again to the divine and the ultimate source of our courage. In our present context, one of the first moments of courage happened on the very day of the inauguration, When Bishop Marion Budde preached from her pulpit, petitioning the president for mercy for immigrant communities and LGBT young people. The outrage was swift, and Bishop Budde was attacked mercilessly, with even efforts of censure coming out of Congress. However, I had interviewed Bishop Budde about her book titled "We Can Be Brave: How We Learn to Be Brave in Life's Decisive Moments." Bishop Budde had done the spiritual work of going deep so that she was able to meet the moment of preaching to the president and withstand the ensuing onslaught with the deep courage that comes from living and loving with God. The second principle of courage is to go wide. There is a familiar and true saying, courage is contagious. Courage is best exercised in community, and community is a defining characteristic of religion. Nobody is religious alone. The Latin word religio means that which binds or connects us to the divine and to one another. And Jesus said, when two or more are gathered, I am with you. Religious and spiritual communities have baked-in assets such as networks of people, a schedule for coming together, systems of disseminating information, and even buildings for holding gatherings. Equally important are the prayer meetings, liturgies, meditation, songs, and preaching that bring people together to inspire and sustain communities and reinforce moral clarity for meeting the moment. While going deep invites us to practice the first great commandment, going wide moves to the second, that we are to love our neighbor as ourselves, inviting the question, what does it mean to love our neighbor in this time in America? With the corollary question of who do we include in our definition of neighbor? I'm going to spend a little time talking about one of the most powerful examples of loving our neighbor that has happened in this last 18 months. One of the most dangerous manifestations of white Christian nationalism right now is Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. ICE had the gall to slap Bible verses such as "Blessed are the peacemakers" on their recruitment videos, deploying scripture like perfume in order to hide the stench of their actions. ICE, under the direction of Stephen Miller and former DHS Director Kristi Noem, has not attempted to enforce a sane and responsible immigration policy, but rather has been deployed to brutally target non-white and non-Christian people. It is worth remembering that in mid-December, during a televised cabinet meeting, Donald Trump went on a tirade against the Somali American population, literally calling them garbage who contribute nothing to the country and who should be, quote, sent back to where they came from. The very next week, ICE was deployed to Minneapolis, where the largest population of Somali Americans live, targeting the Black and Muslim community who have lived in Minnesota for decades, as well as the Latino and Asian communities. The buildup of ICE in Minnesota was unprecedented in size and scope. The city felt under siege, occupied by a federal force against the will of the local government and the people. In January, faith groups in Minneapolis put out a call to clergy across the country to come to Minneapolis to witness what was happening and to take part in the rally to get ICE out. I went along with thousands of others. We were brought to hear and see for ourselves what the vulnerable communities were facing. Yet just as important, the local clergy wanted to share with us the response of the people. Because as powerful as the militarized, authoritarian, theocratic effort that was in full display, it was not stopping the people who were coming together, determined to love their neighbor no matter what. Thousands and thousands of everyday people, faith leaders of all kinds alongside young people and community activists from diverse backgrounds and races and religions organized together. The love of neighbors formed the teams to legally observe ICE using their phones as witnesses. The love of neighbor blew whistles to sound the alarm for those being targeted. The love of neighbor brought food to those unable to leave their homes for fear. As part of our time in Minneapolis, 40 clergy made a pilgrimage from George Floyd Square to the location where Renee Good had been murdered only a week before. At George Floyd Square, a local community member told us of how the diverse neighborhoods came together after George Floyd's murder. And she shared this definition of neighbor. A neighbor is someone you choose to be in community with. It reminded me of what Rabbi Joachim Prince stated in the March on Washington in 1963. Neighbor is not a geographical term, it is a moral concept. In Minneapolis, the people chose to love their neighbor. They chose to be in community with one another and to be morally and spiritually responsible for and to one another. And when people commit to that, authoritarians fall. The people in Minnesota forced the retreat of ICE, and it was a critical defeat that punctured the sense of inevitability of this autocratic moment and spelled the end of Kristi Noem as Secretary of Homeland Security and the end of Greg Bovino as Border Patrol Chief. Reverend Susie Hayward was one of the many faith organizers on the ground who invited clergy to Minneapolis. She joined a panel that I moderated in Washington, D.C. a couple months ago that focused on the courage needed in this time and offered this reflection. Quote, "In the end, the source of our bravery was just love. We love each other. Like we literally go around telling each other that we love each other, that we keep us safe, and that we will defend each other, everyone, whatever their race or religion or citizenship status, no matter how much the government throws at us, knowing that they may kill more of us, because we love our neighbors." This moment calls us to go wide with the courage to love our neighbors and all the demos, the people of our democracy. The final principle of courage that I want to list is to go far. Courage is best maintained when thought of as a constant stream rather than a flash in a pan. As Sky Perryman told me, there is no way out of this but through it. There will be no miracle turnaround, but rather a holding fast to our moral principles and holding the line on democracy for the long term. As Christians, we can preach a vision for the future that not only withstands the attack of authoritarianism in this moment, but also projects a future of a democracy that will continue to draw us forward and to inspire us. A colleague, Maria Steffen from the Horizons Project, is an expert in democracy preservation. She explained that religious groups have played a critical role in the majority of the successful efforts to overcome authoritarian rule in the past 100 years, emphasizing that the role of faith communities can play in imagining a future. She said, quote, "Religious beliefs offer transformative visions, messages of hope, and a sense that victory is inevitable, which sustains nonviolent struggles in the face of repression." She went on, "Autocrats want us to believe that resistance is futile and that we are powerless to change things. This is where we need hope that we can win, which faith grounded in spiritual practice can provide us," unquote. I am drawn by the soaring words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who in the face of violence and hatred insisted on dreaming of a day when all people might be equal, and inspired generations of activists to keep their eyes on the prize of justice and freedom. King's work can be understood as striving for what Jesus described as the kingdom of God, or the beloved community, to be established on earth as in heaven. In 1956, King delivered a lecture in which he articulated the ultimate goal of the civil rights struggle. The end is the creation of a beloved community. The end is a creation of a society where people will live together. King, along with the women and men from different walks of life and faith traditions, kept moving forward, marching together towards a promise of freedom, as Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel said as he walked alongside King, "I felt my feet were praying." Together they marched, compelled by a vision to go far. Friends, we are in a moment of such grave peril. There is much horror and suffering happening right now, both abroad and here at home. The threats of destruction and chaos are terrifying and exhausting. Many of us in this room feel our families, our friends, and ourselves at risk. Our democracy remains under siege with the targeting now of our upcoming elections. I do not underestimate the difficult path ahead. And yet we preach of life prevailing over death and a love more powerful than the grave. Just this week, we saw one of the architects of modern authoritarianism fall to the will of the people in Hungary. Just this week, in response to an attack by the American president, Pope Leo replied, "I am not afraid of you." One of the songs that communities are singing at gatherings all across the country has the simple refrain, "Hold on, hold on, my dear ones, here comes the dawn." And when I use the vision that God provides, I can see the dawn breaking. When I open my heart to the Spirit moving, I can feel the tide is turning. When I allow the divine love in my soul to truly be in my body, I feel the power of the arc of the universe, again bending towards justice. Every great awakening in American history happened in the fertile ground of trauma, challenge, and change. I believe we may be seeing the next great awakening of the American people, a spiritual mobilization rooted in the love of God, love for our neighbors, and the courage to go deep, to go wide, and to go far, and to pass the test that is ours. May God grant us wisdom and courage for the living of these days. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much for that message about courage. I think that that is something that needs to be heard today. As we look at the headlines and see, disaster after horrendous issue after crazy decision every single day. That is a really needed source of inspiration. And in preparing for our conversation today, I was reading up on the lawsuits that you mentioned with the Trump administration and the Religious Liberty Commission, and I noticed a line where the lawsuit calls the commission shambolic. And I thought that that was a really interesting word to use, and I thought it really jived with what Dean Walker was saying earlier today, which is that these fractures in our world and in our system are not accidental. They're built into the way that things are working so that we can marginalize folks and that the people in power can maintain their power. And I'm curious about, with this message of courageousness, how do we remind people in this sort of shambolic system where we're constantly being reminded by our algorithms what's wrong with it, that we actually do have the power to be courageous? Like, we actually are a people that can make a change, and we can come together and be neighbors and do things, because I think that's such a needed message.
Yeah, I am, you know, in the course of this talk, I wasn't able to really talk about all the different ways this is happening, but it's really incredible the way that communities are showing up right now. And I'm really inspired by the way the people have shown up. I mean, there's many different examples I can use, and you know, I think that part of the reason that I am feeling more hopeful in the past, you know, since Minnesota, and you know, I've been involved since the beginning. I've been the main person doing religious outreach for No Kings, and seeing the incredible, you know, effort at where people from all different faith traditions showing up and saying no. I've, you know, been watching the important ways that you know, different Black community leaders have, you know, in the face of Target, like, you know, a corporation that, you know, just said, oh, we're not going to do DEI anymore, and it's, you know, why? Why would you like take that stance? And then this boycott, and then, you know, the CEO had to step down. Their sales went plummeting. There were so many different examples. You know, the Catholic Church is a major one, you know, of them showing up, and Pope Leo has, you know, been surprisingly vocal, but I think that in some ways they're forcing his hand. So I think that there are so many ways. You know, my sense is that it would be hard to mention anyone from the administration, any religious voice that is actually inspiring anything other than loathing right now. I mean, there is no soaring vision that they can put forth. And instead, you do have maybe not huge voices, but many different people showing up. And I think, you know, I'm out there a lot, and I see so much great work being done. And, you know, and the good news is that more and more local press, small presses, like small radio shows, small TV shows are showing up and putting a spotlight on faith leaders showing up in a different way. And so I would love to, you know, I would love for all, of course, for it to be more, but, you know, an example, AP, I'm talking to AP like right after this about the Religious Liberty Commission, because they had their last meeting right after Trump had portrayed himself as Jesus, attacked the Pope, and then put, you know, all this stuff, and then, you know, J.D. Vance, and they never talked about it. They never talked about it once. They've never talked about the attacks on the Muslim communities, you know, and so I think, you know, the fact that AP wants to talk about that is like, there is good press. It's also up to us to be telling those stories. And so one of the things that, you know, it's just been a big part of our work is we've had an explosion of social media. And so we had, you know, and one of the greatest things is to, you know, a lot of them, you know, I get called the, you know, spawn of Satan and all that kind of stuff. But more than that are people saying, oh my God, it's so great to see Christian pastors showing up. Like we always wanted Christians to show up. Like there's almost like people have been waiting for the Christian community to show up. And I know many of us have been out there for decades, but people are seeing it now. And so I'm very hopeful about that.
So just, first of all, full disclosure, part of the reason I came to this divinity school is because of this gentleman right here to my left, your right, and he did tell me that he thought I should be here. He spoke very
He
highly.
was looking at places like Yale. I was like,
I wasn't going to talk about the competition, but he.
I mean, I was literally like, don't go to Yale. Yeah. Don't go. I mean, that's not on camera, is it?
I just wanted
I love you, William Barber.
I didn't want anybody to accuse me of hiding the ball later. Yeah. So yeah, there's a reason why I'm here, and I really. So, and you and I have talked about courage before in a different context, but recently in a podcast we did together. And I must say, I appreciate you being here, and I really appreciate you giving some more, I'll just say, texture and language for me on courage going forward, deep, wide, and far. I want to talk about far for a second, because I like that concept a lot. So that's about resilience, that's about persistence. That's also, I would say, something about taking sort of that, we talked earlier about fugitive practical theology and that sort of sense of resilience, freeing yourself from bondage just sort of in your own mind and heart. But then moving from resistance to a movement, which is what you're talking about, and I think it's what you're alluding to as far as you talk about the things shifting. And as I think about that and the rise of technologies that might be disruptive to that, be it AI or whatever, and thinking about the reality of the ground in Hungary, which I found fascinating, which was essentially they were doing old school stuff because they didn't have the social media milieu that we have currently in the United States. And so thoughts that you might have on what, as you look at that far courage future, what are the threats to being able to sustain something that moves from resistance, because I do agree with you about that, into something that is more galvanized, more organized, and potentially more resilient? What are the things you're most concerned about sustaining that energy, that courage in the face of what I suspect will be weaponized even more so against a population that is already having their phones now propose answers to emails for them, so that the human, if you will, is being dismissed from the loop. So that's sort of a wordy way to put it, but hopefully it speaks to the question about resilience, of sustainable resilience over the long haul, with human communities remaining human.
Well, you know, it's a huge topic. I'll keep it focused on like preaching and like how we speak about what we're doing, which is like there is an immediate question of what we do now. But I do think like the Christian faith offers a horizon that is not only like, it's not only us, but it's the past and it's the future, and it's a living Christ that is past and future, and you know, Dr. Walker has talked, you know, about Raushenbush's quote about the kingdom of God always, you know, pressing in, calling us forward, and I think that is an important idea. It's not to distract us from embodying that right now. And in fact, that's the reason I do love the idea of what does it mean to embody the beloved community. And I think that's what we saw in Minnesota. They weren't like instrumentalizing anything in order to get, you know, they weren't like doing something in order to say, okay, we're gonna get rid of ICE, and then they were actually trying to embody a way of being together that would be sustainable in the long run. Right. And I think that's really the way they're talking about it. My hope is that, you know, I think it will take kind of a very broad group of people. My work is interfaith, so I work with people of all different faith backgrounds, including the secular and humanist communities. And we invite, you know, collaborations in order to figure out ways that we can move our democracy forward. Our tagline is achieving democracy together. And I think that there are moments when we are going to have to, you know, like in Hungary, that was a coalition that disagreed on many, many things, but still decided we are going to move forward in order to get rid of this immediate threat. And I know that that is, all of us have question marks about that. But I do think that figuring out how to in some ways act in this moment as if the future is being realized, and not, because I do think that that's like its own act of resistance, that we're not gonna, as much as we can, we are going to create the systems and the communities that will protect one another, that will, we will save us, is, that refrain. So, but I think the vision is really important, and I think people respond to that vision. And I think a vision that is inclusive. I mean, one of the things that I always try to say, especially when I'm, in politically more heterogeneous, it may be in this crowd, is that my vision includes, if you are a conservative Christian who has conservative, Christian, and you want to live your life that way, I want to create an America where you can do that. Like, I want you to have absolute freedom to believe what you want to believe, raise your family how you want to raise them, and I'm gay married, but you don't have to be gay married. I don't want you to be gay married if you don't want to be gay married. So, I do think having a vision for the future that tries to incorporate this broad idea of everyone benefiting from a democracy in which we can disagree but still function together. And I think that that's also like how we talk about the vision as welcoming, while not giving up on the values that we hold dear. And
Right.
sometimes those are going to be in conflict.
Yeah, I want to follow up on the interfaith nature of your work and this idea of the beloved community. We say that in my Baptist church, and I know that you're a Baptist minister, but this work and this idea of freedom is important for everyone. This courage is important for everyone, especially at a time such as this. And so I wonder if you can speak to the particular importance of this kind of work, this kind of prophetic preaching, whether it's like in a Baptist context or in a social justice context, or if you call it preaching or not. The particular importance of it being interfaith and informed by other religious traditions, but also inclusive of the realities of other beliefs and lifestyles and the needs of other people who believe in and live in different ways in our beloved community.
Yeah. Well, I crafted this presentation with a Christian lens, speaking into a Christian context as a Baptist minister. I give a similar, not exactly the same, but like with the same ideas in interfaith settings. I talk about a lot of different ideas, especially the going wide. So one of the things that Interfaith Alliance is investing in heavily is recognizing, especially right now, the rupture in interfaith relations that's happened post-October 7th, and the difficulty that many communities are having even talking to one another. And so one of the people who is one of my senior colleagues, her name is Maggie Siddiqui. She's an amazing person who was most recently at the Department of Education, leading their faith work. And she's developing, and is speaking about it today, actually, in Florida. It's a project we're calling broadly Reimagining Interfaith, which really speaks into the recognition that what has happened and not trying to avoid it. And in some ways, it's similar to the race, some of the conversations about race that happened earlier. Like you don't want to not talk about it and pretend there's nothing there. There is something there, and there for almost years, but certainly months, many groups were just not seeing each other anymore. And so one of the things we did is we created she created a container with some of the leading religious Jewish groups and Muslim groups over 6 months, and really just decided, like, let's build trust and talk about the ways we can show up for each other in this time, because they want us not to be talking to one another.
Right.
Meaning authoritarianism thrives when minority traditions and minorities people are at each other's neck. And so, and we hosted an event recently with On the Hill with Jamie Raskin, who is a Jewish leader of Congress, and Representative Simon, who's a Muslim leader, along with the president of the Muslim MPAC, Muslim Public Affairs Council, and JCPA, Jewish Council of Public Affairs, two leading advocacy groups. And they said, we will show up for each other. We do not agree necessarily on the language and description of what is happening in Israel and Palestine, but we do understand what's being done to one another here, and we will show up for one another. So I try to recognize those places of fracture, even as we understand the context in which that is happening is a pressure from an authoritarian that is attacking different communities in different ways, and it's experienced in different ways. And if we can't talk to one another, we can't show up for each other. So we do a lot of intentional gatherings and listening, and we also, I work, we work not only with people of different faith traditions, but also, as I said, with American atheists, because we really do want to recognize that for religious freedom to work, it has to be really religious freedom for everyone. And it can't be some people have it and some people don't. That's not religious freedom. So we really try to have a broad tent as much as possible and put forth this idea that democracy involves all of us. How many of us can come to the table right now?
So let me pull on that a second. When the dean started the conversation this morning, he used a phrase which I told him I'm going to steal from him, but now I'm openly acknowledging that. Sort of this notion of chaplaincy for the status quo. That's not the role of the church is more expansive and more powerful than being sort of helping people feel good about the fact that these are hard times, but there's nothing we can do about it, sort of thing. So, and then I was thinking about Reverend Rigby's point on there's, if you're okay with the status quo, understand that there is a political component to that decision, sort of thing. So we get into this conversation about politics, and I find it fascinating that we're, in a way, in two different domains that are always being told that they should sort of stay out of politics. One, I think, probably be in the pulpit for a lot of people, although I've only been in the pulpit one time. But the other is for soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, who are being told.
For what?
Soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, who are constantly being reminded that the political domain is not some place to which we should move. Leaving aside the conversation about the difference between politics and partisanship, I would say, given the amount of the volume and the speed, and you and I talked about this yesterday, right? Every day there's some new thing. We woke up this morning before the Secretary of Defense riffed it off of Pulp Fiction and called it a prayer, sort of thing. So that's a new thing. There'll be something tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. So my question goes to focus. And if you could pick, two or three basic core themes that basically, because you just talked about this, right? Sit on top of all of the different faith communities, or I'll just say communities, that you deal with on a daily basis. That basic core themes about human dignity, humanity, decency, character, that speak to our time in a way that can't be knocked off of message tomorrow because some new thing has been manufactured to essentially once again atomize or distract people from basic core narratives that we should all be thinking about running through whatever the, for lack of a better way of putting it, is the crisis du jour may be. conjured or otherwise by our own government.
Well, I'm going to say that I wouldn't name one or two that are the basic ones, because I think for every different context, that's going to be different. I mean, I think that, the question of, dignity, freedom, and justice are probably good overlap, but, different congregations in different settings. If you have a congregation that is largely a church of immigrants right now that can't show up for worship because ICE is threatening to, and that has a particular kind of immediacy that should be in my mind, the focus of your work. Other communities will have different ones. I'll say, my work right now as the president of Interfaith Alliance is specifically geared towards three areas, which is democracy, not theocracy, education, not indoctrination, and religious freedom, not extremism. And all of those are intersecting. We do a lot of work on LGBTQ rights. We do a lot of work on reproductive rights. We do a lot of work on freedom of expression and intersection of that with religious freedom. So we're doing a major initiative with the American Library Association, which, by the way, libraries are getting slaughtered by Christian nationalism. If you're not aware of that, like one of our big campaigns is Faith for Libraries, which is how do you show up for your local librarian in your local library? Because faith people are going in, waving a Bible saying, I get to take all these books out. And so we're doing this major initiative. And we're actually hosting a boot camp at their 150th anniversary gathering in Chicago this summer between librarians and faith leaders. And we do a lot of work with public schools, because public schools are being undermined. So the reason I mentioned those things, and our broad one is anti-authoritarianism. Right. So what does it look like to use the power of government to enforce one vision of what America looks like? Right now we're at America 250, and the administration is trying to paint this nation as a nation that was founded for some people, not others. And very specifically, they're having big gatherings. These are sanctioned by the American government that is proclaiming this a Christian nation, and they're going to have a big thing on the mall, and all that's paid for by our tax dollars. And, I had a chance to interview Jimmy Carter when I was at HuffPost a few times. And, he was the most pious president we probably had in the past 100 years, or one of them. And he was like, I never invited Billy Graham to the White House because I didn't want to seem to be sanctioning one faith tradition. That's deep. Right. That's a way to do it. Because he recognized, as a good Baptist, but also just because as a good person, he recognized that I don't want to be seen as using the government to put my faith forward, even though he probably at his heart was an evangelist who really believed that the gospel was for everyone, and that would be awesome. But I just say all of that to say, I know what I'm passionate about right now because I'm at the helm of this organization. I work alongside other groups that do amazing work with the environment, for instance. That's not my immediate, there are other groups that are doing great work. We come up alongside them. I work a lot with Bishop Barber. He brings me in whenever he wants. You say how high, I'll jump, but I don't do the work he does exactly the same. I do a little bit different work, specifically on how religion and religious freedoms intersects with democracy, because I think it's a pernicious threat that unless you deal with it head on and really elevate this idea that actually we all thrive if we all thrive. And so how do we do that? So that's, I'm ranting, but that's okay, because, but I just would say there's not one thing that any one place will need to focus on, but the fact that we should all be able to focus on what matters to us, and that what immediately impacts our communities. And I've been in churches. I served in 3 different churches, and some of them it was like, listen, when I first came back to the church, I was at Judson Memorial Church. It was a Baptist church in the village, and the congregation was just being decimated by AIDS. And so that was one of the things that really was the focus. It was in the late 80s, early 90s in New York. That was a really big focus. And, all of these things are but And at that time, the government just didn't care. And so, like, how do we elevate the people? And that's the reason, like, when people say, "Oh, are you doing politics or are you doing religion?" I was like, I do people. And both religion and politics involve people. And so if I can do, I'm going to do people. I mean, and that's the reason I do democracy, because democracy is just people. And like, I think that as long as we, claim that, and we say, I actually, my care, my prophetic, my pastoral, all of it is rolled into one about really caring for people. And that's the kind of preaching I want to do. Even though I don't serve in a church right now, I do speak a lot. And I speak a lot in the media. And I speak a lot, like I do C-SPAN. And C-SPAN is crazy because C-SPAN has like, the Republican caller and Democrat and Independent. And I've had people just be like, I have never heard a Christian pastor speak like that. I think he's possessed. And I'm like, I'm actually from a tradition, man. You just don't know that tradition. And so, like, I think it's really important to like, kind of like be out there and recognize that we actually do come from a tradition. Like, I'm not making stuff up. We come from someplace, and so. Yeah, I'm definitely ranting now. So whenever you want to stop me.
Well, I think I want to stick on this preaching idea, because what you're reminding me of is something that I learned in one of my preaching classes recently, which is that it's just as important as it is to exegete the text that you're working with. It is so important to exegete the congregation or the community that you're talking to, and the context in which you are being called to speak. And sometimes that requires you to say something that might rock the boat a little bit. And it's going to speak to someone and empower someone, but it is also very scary sometimes. And so I wonder how you navigate, and I'm going to use like the word preaching loosely, like maybe it's not always in a pulpit like on a Sunday morning, but maybe it's, on C-SPAN or in a Baptist News Global article or, something like that. But how do you navigate like exegeting this diverse interfaith community that you are speaking to and sometimes even speaking for in this role that you have?
Well, I really appreciate the question. One of the best, hate to tell you, but you don't remember everything you learned in seminary. But one, it sparked this because this professor, Vincent Wimbush, who was a New Testament professor at Union when I was there, we did this exercise where we exegeted a text, we exegeted a community interpreting the text, and we exegeted ourselves. And it was so cool. And it never occurred to me to do it. And it was like, one of those papers where you're like, I want to spend time on this paper, and I go in some ways where I feel called and where people call me. I'm going in just a few days to Baylor University, and we're doing counter-programming against Turning Point. And Turning Point is, when you start talking about Turning Point, you're kind of like, I mention it to people, they're like, what's your security like? And I'm like, well, we're working on that. But I kind of go where I think I'll be impactful. But I don't want to pretend like my situation is the same as a pastor in a church. I've worked in churches. It's much different. Much different. It is a completely different exercise. And we heard it in Carolyn's presentation about the Reverend in Austin. Like, what does it mean to really understand your congregation, but also understand yourself? And the truth is, right now, it's hard to be a pastor. And so I don't want to pretend like I can speak into that right now. I can more speak into like a broad American context of both, the people I speak into mostly are large faith gatherings and democracy movement people. So I am often the only religious person in a room of democracy advocates. Like, for instance, the way we met was at a tabletop exercise And it had all kinds of different folks, and I actually was awesome. I was cast as a radical red activist.
He was very good, by the way.
I was like,
very good.
So good. And then another one, I was cast as Elon Musk, and I just loved it. It goes back to my kind of improvisational training, and when I was, I love that, playing the bad guy is so fun, but and disruptive. My whole idea was being the disruptor. But I'm in those circles, and a lot of times, like even at the beginning when I first joined the No Kings team, they said to me, "We've been allergic to religion for a long time. We just didn't know how to do it. We didn't know how to do it without it being divisive." And I understand, because it can be, it sure can be, and it often still, it's in those spaces it still is. But they all realize that they can't succeed in their democracy movement without religion, because they understand that religion is so embedded in the authoritarianism that they're seeking. And many of them are religious. They just don't bring that to the conversation of democracy. And so I preach into those settings a lot, where I'm like almost giving permission. That part of you is really important. And also to recognize for faith leaders and faith communities, the democracy movement needs you. There's a broader movement happening right now that you can step into. And so those are the kind of like invitational preaching, again, with this vision. And also all of the, I talk about in this talk, I talk about like, I could talk for this, all of us could talk forever about how much damage religion has done, and it's important to acknowledge that. But what is underappreciated, I think, in many spaces, is the powerful ways that religion has shown up, even in movements where you think it's never showed up, including LGBTQ equality. For instance, people don't know that in 1966, there were faith leaders showing up and who, in San Francisco, alongside the LGBTQ community, and they actually, they went to a ball where there's, all these people were dressed up, and it was a fundraiser for the LGBT community. These were straight pastors who showed up, and the police attacked. And these pastors all held a press conference the next day. They attacked the police for what they were doing. I mean, this was before, this was before Stonewall, before a lot of things. There's a whole history that is really important for us to also, we know much of it, but we don't know all of it. And we can keep on researching it and claim, many of the suffragettes were coming out of religion. Dorothy Day, we're coming out of a religious conviction. And so I just encourage us to not seed religion in any way right now, and make sure that we bring all of that power to this moment.
Amen. I think we're at time, Dean.
Do we want to do questions, or are we?
You got them. We gave you the questions.
We're done.
You passed. You passed your exam. You did well.
We are going to take a break and then reconvene at 3:30. Yes. So see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you
very much. I appreciate
Reverend.
It. It's really nice being with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A quarter of a century ago, Wake Forest University embarked on a grand and audacious journey. It was a journey of building a unique intellectual community. That intellectual community is the School of Divinity.
So I was an English major as an undergraduate, and had a good friend who was a philosophy professor at my small Baptist school in Mississippi who had been a Wake grad.
One of the ministers of my church had Dr. Bill Leonard as one of his professors when he was in seminary. And he told me that they were opening up a new seminary at Wake Forest.
And I remember John telling me the Divinity School is going to be a wonderful place for vocational discernment. After I looked up what that meant, I said, this is exactly what I need, is some vocational discernment. So I remember in those early days thinking, this truly is a patchwork quilt. Our backgrounds were different, It was important to the school to be ecumenical and to invite people in from a background of faith experiences and traditions.
We design an experience for all of our students to be able to respond to the many calls that they have in their lives. And those calls are never one thing, they're never static. They're open to a future. This unique aspect of our approach to graduate theological education enables our students to become true lifelong learners.
It's amazing to me thinking back about how quickly, during my experience at the Divinity School, some of that sense of direction and purpose started to come into focus. I'm going to go to law school when this is over. But I also knew I want to go through the full 3 years of Divinity School. I knew even then there's something to this experience.
I knew that I wanted to go back into the community and work with women. So I found myself at Friendship Missionary Baptist Church doing women's ministry, and I absolutely loved it. One of the gifts that Wake Forest gave me was an introduction to womanism, womanist theology. Well, as executive director of the Women and Girls Research Alliance, I get to live that out in everything that I do.
I work for an organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and certainly a law degree is helpful. But I have found that I draw on my Divinity School experience as often, if not more often, than my law degree.
Divinity School is preparation for life. It has come in handy so many times.
There is just something really special about opening yourself to a course and an experience that is really, fearless in the way that it's tackling these big questions of life.
It's those beginnings, those moments of expectation, those moments of opportunity. It is the everyday moments, the everydayness of being here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity, where students embrace the openness of the future.
It's our host hotel. They have good beverages there. It's probably nice, so the patio. We'll wait for the larger.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, once again. Welcome to the 2026 Bryan Prophetic Preaching Series on the theme, Prophetic Preaching in a Fractured World. Today, we've heard 3 wonderful lectures and conversations, and this is a wrap-up conversation. This is an opportunity for us to engage our distinguished lecturers and conversational partners, and also to raise any other questions that we may have. First, I'd like to begin by allowing each of our guests, was there something that really sparked your mind or imagination from the other lectures and conversations today?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you both for your presentations. I want to highlight from Carolyn's presentation a quote from the pastor. Well, the whole interview caught my attention. Well, the whole presentation, but I'm going to highlight just the one quote because of time, because I want you to speak to. So it really caught my attention when he said that he's doing the work out of love and not out of hate for the oppressed. So I'm going to take those words with me and kind of take it as a mantra. And I found a resonance between that and something you said. I mean, your whole speech was about love and how the work is coming from love. So I think there was a resonance of that. I was looking for points of connection. So that caught my attention, and I'm taking that with me. And the other thing that I want to highlight is from the point that I want to highlight from yours is that, and I think I tried to say that, but I said it with different words, that we need to do the work together. That each one of us do like a tiny part of the work. You said it at the beginning very explicitly that you have been doing this series for so many years. And I didn't say anything, but when I was preparing it, I was like, they have heard about prophetic preaching every year. What new can I bring, you know? Mm-hmm. But it is true that each one of us brings something different to the table, even just today, the 3 of us. Mm-hmm. And you said it very explicitly, and I loved when you said we should be able to go for the thing that we are most passionate about. And that's the part that I really tried to focus on when I was talking about, I don't try to make people become what they are not. I try to help them become better them. And I try to help them identify the gifts God gave them, because I think that's why God gave us gifts, different to everybody, so we can become a community that helps one another. Mm. And I love the other quote of, if we don't talk to one another, we can't show up for one another. So if we talk to one another and find out what are each other's gifts and what are each other's areas of working in, then we can show up for one another and we can interlock our strengths to dismantle the interlocking systems of oppression.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say thank you to our presenters as well as both of our hosts. You have asked such great questions, and their conversation has been really rich. Dr. Valle Ruiz, I want to say thank you for the artivism and the mentioning of art as a therapy, because the work of prophetic preaching, it does a number on your whole body. And without attending to that, it can be very depleting. So finding ways to fill us, and even if we don't consider ourselves artists, doing things that help us recreate, that recreation, to be able to really find that healing. So thank you for that reminder. I'm going to bring that into my classroom more. And Paul, I really appreciate the image of we think we've been doing this for the first time, but there's been people doing this for a long time, and that's such an important reminder about the legacy, particularly for white people or people that are in other positions of dominance. You feel like, well, who am I to say this or that, or I'm the first to be speaking out. But no, there's a whole legacy of people who have been in positions of dominance, who have had different aspects of the dominant normative identity, who have spoken truth to power. And so being able to identify with that legacy is an inspiration, and to say that Christians also, there's a lot of different ways of being a Christian, and being able to articulate that in a way that helps folks feel like, I may be on the edge here, but no, I'm actually part of a long stream of people who have been trying to work for a more just society. So I really appreciate both of you for your lectures today.
I really, I feel like this has been so good for my soul because I'm not in these spaces as much anymore. To recognize the value of theological education, and almost, I won't say it's a luxury because it's really like, it's hard work, but to be able to listen to you both, I haven't heard presentations like that. Like, just my life doesn't lend itself to that right now, and so I've just felt so excited, but also like I saw a different way of understanding my own work and what gives me joy and sustenance. And I think that like, I just love that you included like those inflatable, like I know that's like not the point of what you were talking about, but it's just like, let's claim that's powerful, powerful stuff. And it's claiming joy, claiming frivolity and almost like, and the ridicule and showing authoritarians for what they are, which is like silly. And I just felt like that the artivism and the blend of theological and art is so much where I come from in my own, like how I got here, like that I in some ways don't get to access very much. So it's really nice to kind of feel that validated. And you see that out in the world where people are just choosing to have fun, even in the face of all that is happening, and to choosing joy and choosing music and all of that. And so I love that. And that felt, not only reflected in the way, in the substance, but in the way you presented it, which is a gutsy thing to do, to have a conversation with someone who's not standing there. But it was like so cool. And it was so like, I was like, I'm down with this group of this dinner party. And ending just with the Black Earth, and again going to like what will not only inspire us but sustain us. And I think that feels like something that I didn't really touch on in mine, but I think is as important as anything we can talk about, is like, how do we sustain ourselves and live beautifully, richly now? And so I just appreciated how both of you brought that in to this conversation of what it means to prophetically preach, which is often just, instrumentalized towards ends of justice rather than an actual, opportunity now to experience joy. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Lise, and thank you, Carol. And Melva, we've had a wonderful program. Your curation was masterful. We began with a big question: what breaks God's heart? We were invited to dinner. And the table was set, and we were invited to listen in on a conversation. And then Paul reminded us with the poignant question and the always pertinent question: what is the good news? What's your reflection on this day of prophetic preaching in a fractured world and all that we've heard and experienced?
That there indeed is good news, but kind of like Good Friday, how we think it's important to sometimes interrogate what we mean by good. All of the conversations and presentations have been provocative in ways that bring what normative society says is good or says isn't good, brings that from the margin to the center. From, Carolyn, to what Lisa and I both identified you doing was really decentering your voice. So it wasn't only that having a dinner party was creative, because sometimes creativity could fall into that contextual, it could be that that's so fun, and suggesting that it lacks a critical analysis, right? Mm-hmm. And so having this dinner table with these other voices in a way to provide and offer others to have space, right? As even yours was there to interpret, but in a way of decentering whatever privileges you may believe you hold, right? To invite us to engage in that way was chef's kiss, to use the analogy. So I'm deeply reflective. I'm deeply hopeful. I also feel very affirmed. I feel affirmed in this witness of embodiment, affirmed in the witness of the utility of bodies for love, for truth-telling, for joy. I'm also thinking about the work here of our colleague Dr. Lakeisha Lockhart, and her work around play. And if I'm honest, Lise, this is why what you're saying is helpful. I told her I struggle with play in certain ways because of what you've shared, right? Who has time to be playing and all that's going on in the world? And what bodies get to play? Excuse me, I'm sorry. If I come in here playing, then it's going to be suggested that I'm not serious, right? Or that I don't have anything serious to say, or that I'm not prepared, right? Play seems like a privilege in spaces, but through your conversation and what you offer us to really consider these interpretive lenses and really interrogate them. So I feel hopeful that the good news is good, and that good doesn't always mean the good. This is going to sound like a riddle, but the good news is good, and it's always right. I mean,
I know what I know.
Come on, Paul. That's it. That's it. I know that I know that I know that. You know what? Hold on. This is the preacher in me. You done hit the button now. Wait a minute.
Good.
Because, yes. Why? Because when I think of Ms. Mobley, who was the 90-something-year-old woman who sat in the second row of Second Baptist Church in Homestead, PA, who would begin to rock. Was it because she was engaging, because she used the term, apocalyptic, eschatological expectation? No. But her body knew. This kind of, I was talking to Dr. Torre last night, that that the hum is a site of epistemological privilege, that when the hum in some traditions, without words, but just a moaning and a groaning, creates the atmosphere for the good news to come forth and to take place. And so oftentimes there is no long sentence other than, I know that I know. I know that I know. And that is where liberative power is, that is not always logo-centered and certainly not fallow logo-centered, but in the deep internal folds of our being, that we know, and that's enough.
If I can just say
Please.
one word about that. Saying that in the context of an effort to make you think you really don't know what you know. And you know, we are seeing systematic efforts to erase what people know. And so, you know, it is actually its own, like, one of the most powerful things we can say is don't tell me I don't see what I see.
Because I see what I see.
I see what I see, I know what I know, I feel what I feel. And you're trying to tell me that my feelings and my seeing and my knowing is not valid. And I actually think that is something that as preachers, as religious leaders, it's a powerful thing for us to affirm you're not crazy right now, because they're trying to make us feel like we're crazy.
That, and yes, all of that, and in addition to, as particularly since we have students here, that we are saying here, we are training, engaging to help students see that they are theologians, right? Already, that you have always been a theologian. One of our students, we were in class on Monday, and she said, you know, I'm not a theologian. I said, take that back. Let me press against that. Because it's around language again. So that I know also gets to theological imagination. And it gets to, when I think of Ruha Benjamin and others talking about how imagination is our way out, you know, what you all provided for us today is really like a whiteboard for us to begin to scribble and to doodle and to make notes. Not necessarily a, what is it called? Like a direction, a schematic, but here are our thoughts. And sometimes when we are presented with just a whiteboard, because of the way that we've been trained to think, we get nervous, we get uptight, we get like, just give me the directions, just tell me what to do already, right? Because we stray so far from that. And so when we're actually doing it, you know, again, in that I know is a theological imagination that has such depth, the beauty to imagine, and to imagine from the space of a body that is contested terrain, to say that in this place, this is what I know to be sure. You can't make me doubt it. I know too much. Up alongside of a system that says you know nothing, that's prophetic.
Well, I want us to do one last thing together. We've talked about prophetic preaching, both in its hopeful dimensions and its deep analysis of the condition of the way things are, but also as a practice of community. As we continue practicing community, we have a adage here at Wake Forest University School of Divinity that community is a verb. And that what we attempt to do in these conversations is not conclude the conversation, but offer words where we can continue this practice of community. For our three guests, what would be your word not only to the community here, but to our broader world as we continue our journey together to build deep community?
Invite someone to dinner. Have them over to your house. Somebody who you may not agree with, who who may not see eye to eye with you. These prophetic preaching moments happen in these conversations where we're able to offer hospitality. And Reverend Dr. Sampson reminded me of the connection between the dining table and the communion table, and how it is at the communion table where we experience the risen Lord in the breaking of the bread. And so finding ways to be in community with people is what I would suggest for all of us.
Pumoja tutashinde, together we win.
Trust the knowledge that is in your body when you don't have words. Just let the rest of you find a way. The wisdom is there.
Ministry of presence.
Yeah, the wisdom is there. Perhaps you don't need words. The wisdom is already there in your body.
I'll just say, if it feels hard to be at divinity school, it's because it is hard. My 3 years at Union Seminary were the hardest years of my life, and they were also absolutely the most important 3 years that I've had ever. They transformed me. And my teachers, you know, I got to learn. Dolores Williams was there, James Cone was there, Beverly Harrison was there. My teachers were incredible. It's funny, some of the old guys would be like, oh, I was there when Niebuhr was there, and Tillich. I was like, I don't care. You know, but I'm just saying, like, but it was so hard because I was challenged, and everyone was challenged. We were all like, but we were learning what it meant to, like a language, to speak with one another and appreciate, and you know, chapel, you know, all these things were so an opportunity to see the creativity and the language and the lived experience of someone very different from you in close proximity, but using the language of God and using the language of, you know, community. And so I just offer that, like, if it feels hard, it is hard, but it's such a beautiful opportunity and such a good preparation for living in this country, and being able to speak language that you might not have come in here with. And so I just, you know, for me, divinity school, I'm like, I worked at Princeton University for a long time with undergraduate and graduate students. Every student, no matter what they were studying, I was like, have you considered divinity school? Have you considered seminary? It'll be the best thing you could ever do. You know, and they're like, how did you know? How did you know?
Wow.
And so I think it's really like, you know, what you're doing here, what you guys are doing here, and what you do in your home is so incredibly valuable. And I just pray that big funders will recognize that, but also that students will understand the opportunities that are being afforded them and just relish it, because you are being prepared to do just about anything you want to do in the world.
Yeah.
I don't know if that answered your question, but it's what I felt called to.
Paul, what you felt in your body.
I think that was a good point for us to conclude this session of the conversation, knowing that it will continue into the long future. So I want to thank you, Lise, Carolyn, of course, Melva. I want to thank our students. I want to thank Mallory and Chief for a wonderful conversation. And I want to thank all of you, for today was a truly special day. To have the 2026 McBryan Prophetic Speaker Series in this place, knowing that on October 11th, 1962, a prophet spoke from this place. None other than the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And from here, speaking to over 2,200 folks in this Waite Chapel, he challenged our university to live up to its motto, Pro Humanitate, challenged our nation to live up to the very first words that all people are created equal. And most importantly, he opened up the wide horizon of possibility for us to live in a true planetary beloved community. So from October 27th through today, April 16th, 2026, and into the long future, may we continue to revisit this theme of prophetic preaching, not only for this moment, but for all those moments to come. For we know that the kingdom of God is always but coming. Thank you all. We have a reception in the Northex. Please join us as we continue the conversation, and thank each one of you for a very special day.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.